It includes left-hand turn signals, an estimated $3 million I'm putting into that for 32 signal improvements within the district. The monies, by the way, which was a total of $11 million, I found in development pots just sitting there. And I said, my God, if I can pull that out and actually do traffic relief things, I'm going to do it. So to give you a little status of it, we have 4 left-hand turn signals completed. We have 3 turns in construction, 6 left turns planned phase designed to be completed, and 5 left phases under review by DO2. So the rest are in the initial planning stages. Just to tell you how that worked, we did one. I was up in the Brentwood Palisades area just now, a couple of days ago, and cut a ribbon for one that we did up there, and it was with Mandeville Canyon, which was one of my 12 dirty dozen. Finally, after 23 years, I'm told they've been screaming for it, we took $2.7 million and we ended up putting in a left-hand turn signal. We ended up realigning the construction and widening Sunset Boulevard. We installed continuous left-hand turn, right pocket. We installed new concrete driveways. We put in access ramps, detectable warnings. When I went there to cut the ribbon, there were 20 local leaders from the 3 different Mandeville Canyon associations just hurrahing for some relief, and we gave it to them. I put one at the corner of Bundy and Pico. Everybody knows that's a corner that needed a left-hand turn signal. Well, I did one the other day with the mayor at Manchester and Airport, and I did one before that over at Cantor and Sunset. So I got 4 of them done. Everybody in those particular areas are thrilled, but that's just a part of it. That's the left-hand turn signals. Then I'm going forward and taking $550,000 for what I call Boulevard Master Plan studies of Sepulveda, Olympic, Pico, Santa Monica, and Venice Boulevards to look at what can we do from a master plan standpoint that would include mass transit, land use planning, and streetscape studies. That is another exciting one. The bicycle people, I took $200,000 for bicycle and pedestrian transit plans in our district. Projects that are still under consideration, but moving forward is this Century Boulevard medium enhancement project. The first thing people see when they come to LA is Century Boulevard. This is a $1.2 million project that will extend landscaping mediums from Aviation to La Cienega. Then we have the Sepulveda Boulevard Street Improvement Project. This is a huge project in Westchester. $11.6 million is involved in that, and that's money that's come over the years, and this will affect all kinds of things besides widening things and making it more accessible, mediums, turn lanes, left-hand turn signals, and all of that. And so that's happening. And then you might have noticed the other day the mayor and Jack Weiss and I were on Sepulveda, and we talked about that particular part of Sepulveda from Wilshire all the way up to Mulholland area there, where you go into that Mulholland Tunnel, and we put in a reversible lane strategy that will be completed in a year, and we're widening that, and we're doing more left-hand turn pockets so that the flow from the valley to the other side of the hill in the morning runs better than it has, and then in the afternoon, the reversible lane going through that little tunnel will be 2 lanes going into the valley. So those little things all begin to add up and show what I call immediate relief, and the long-term planning in even my immediate relief are stuff like the Green Line. I mean, I can't imagine, and I still haven't gotten a straight answer on this, why the Green Line stopped a mile and a half from LAX by 1994. They just stopped it, and that was it. And well, I'm putting that back in a real active state. We'll be able to get that Green Line into LAX as we do the modernization of LAX, which is another good story there. But once we get that plug of a light rail into the airport, all the other dreams of light rail and all the other realities of light rail can hook into that. So finally a person can get off of a plane, get on a people mover, get on the Green Line, and go where they need to go. So I'm real excited about these projects.
Well, I'm excited about it, too, as somebody who has trouble getting to and from the airport. All that going on, and you haven't even mentioned smart crosswalks.
Well, they are absolutely smart. I mean, I'm working on one right now on Abbott Kinney Boulevard. We have a few already in the district. And, I think one thing that happened just kind of real quickly, we're at red lights where you see now it times out, says 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. It even gives a motorist a sensing of the light and what status it's at. That's part of the synchronizing of the lights program. The governor was here the other day. $150 million is going into that, and we'll end up having all of our lights synchronized in the cities. You get them synchronized, you get in your smart walk, you get in your left-hand turn signals, and wow, that is relief.
Of course, you also sit on the Budget and Finance Committee, and as long as we have a chance to talk with you, major issue in the news lately, the telephone users tax, the TUT. How important, in your view, is that in terms of services to the residents of Los Angeles?
It's as critical as it gets. This has been a part of our budget year after year. I don't think our listeners and viewers know that our budget of $6.7 billion, there's roughly $300 million in that budget that we on the City Council can actually make policy decisions on it. The rest is fixed. It is fixed by lots of things, police and fire and employees and health care.
Well, and debt service, too, of course.
And all of those things. That's right. You add that all up, we have about $300 million that we can work on in specific ways. The mayor has put out a directive to all the departments to look at cuts, look at cutting back. I'm very worried about some of that because I don't want to see basic services cut back. I want to see the parks open. I want to see the libraries open. I want to see the streets swept. I want to make sure we have enough money to do basic services. If we lose that $270 million that we've been relying on for years now, we'll not be able to do basic services. So I'm glad it's on the ballot, and I'm hopeful that the people will realize this isn't a game, this isn't a gimmick, this is something to keep the budget functioning so we can do basic services.
You sometimes refer to yourself as the new kid on the block. Are you having as much fun as a council member, as much fun as it sounds like you're having right now?
Oh, I really am. I mean, I've been a television guy. I did 16 years of television. I've been a cable executive for 22 years. I mean, I've been in the private sector, and as I was hitting my 60th birthday, I said, what next can I do in my life? And I said, why don't I run for office? And I actually won 2 days after I turned 60. So at this point in my life, it's so exciting to be 62, every day learning new things, every day being able to feel you can make a difference in people's lives. It's interesting sitting around the horseshoe with 14 other personalities to interact with, working with the mayor and the city attorney. We only go around once, and if you get an opportunity to make a difference, you get an opportunity to make the world a better place, why not give it a shot? And I'm having a blast doing that.
Well, it sure sounds like it, and we look forward to having you here in studio so we can talk about that and a lot of other things. Thanks so much, Councilman.
That would be a pleasure, Jack. Looking forward to that.
Thank you. District 11 Councilmember Bill Rosendahl joining us on Council Week in Review. And again, your Los Angeles City Council voted unanimously to approve the Car Share pilot program. Watch Council Week in Review for highlights of the week's council meetings and listen for item numbers associated with those discussions you have an interest in. Then go to the World Wide Web and listen to those discussions in their entirety using the new City of Los Angeles Video on Demand feature. Visit the city's website at lacity.org and just follow the instructions on the screen. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35 or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending November 2nd, 2007. On behalf of Ephraim Monavat and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
So they will have to take 'cause I've got trouble holding this man of mine. It seems there's always
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Come to Hollywood Santa Parade, Sunday, November 25th at 5 p.m. at Hollywood and Highland. Call 866-PARADE-1 for more information. Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, November 7th, 2007. We are meeting in John Ferraro Council Chambers in City Hall, room 340, downtown, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. The first Friday of the month, we switch over to Van Nuys City Hall in our efforts to bring City Council closer to all Angelenos. We welcome members of the public who have joined us here in Council Chambers, as well as our viewers on Channel 35, which broadcasts each of these meetings live through the city's cable system. They are also rebroadcast in the evening. You can access these meetings online as well through the city's homepage at lacity.org, where we have live streaming webcasts of our council meetings. And you can also pull up archived council meetings there online at lacity.org. Just click on past agendas and the video coverage of those items will come up on your screen as well. If you're not close to a television or a computer, you can always tune in through your phone by calling a council phone, a service of the ITA department here in the city of Los Angeles. Call 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. And you can listen into our council meetings or any of our committee meetings via telephone as well. I'm Council President Eric Garcetti, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Councilmember Richard Alarcon, Councilmember Tony Cardenas, Councilwoman Jan Perry, Councilmember Herb Wesson, and we are awaiting 10 members, which constitutes two-thirds of our body of 15 and a quorum to conduct business. So I would urge the following council members to join us as soon as possible. Pursuant to council rules, it is now after the hour that you're supposed to be here in chambers. Please join us, Councilwoman Hahn, Councilmember Huizar, Councilmember Parks, Councilmember Rosendahl, Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Weiss, and we are expecting at 11 o'clock Ms. Gruhl and Mr. Labange and Mr. Zine are excused for today's meeting. Again, want to thank Council Members Alarcon, Cardenas, Perry, and Wesson for being here on time. Any members that would like to be heard, any members of the public that would like to be heard before the Council, you can look at the agendas that we have posted online or here in Council Chambers, and on any of the items that have not yet received a public hearing, just fill a public speaker card out in the back, hand it to one of our great sergeants at arms on the sides, and we'll make sure that your comments are included in our debate and discussion today. Finally, if you have items of a general nature that are under our jurisdiction but not on our agenda, then you can also fill out a general speaker card for public comment, and we'll make sure to include that during public comment. Lastly, if you live closer to Van Nuys, we can always take your public comments through a video conference, and you can show up in Van Nuys, fill out speaker card, and we'll incorporate that via the wonders of television into our discussion here as well. So I'd like to make one more quorum call. We are awaiting Councilwoman Hahn, Councilmember Huizar, Councilmember Parks, Councilmember Smith, and Councilmember Weiss. If you'll please make your way to Council Chambers as soon as possible. Thank you to Mr. Rosendahl, who has joined us as well. We have 6 members now, and sit tight. We appreciate your patience while we wait for those council members who are expected. Thank you. Thank you to Council Members Alarcon, Cardenas, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, and Wesson. We are now up to 7 members, awaiting 3 more. We are waiting upon the following council members: Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Huizar, Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Weiss. If the sergeants at arms will please inquire as to where those council members are and help us bring them down here to chambers as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, Cardenas, Labange, Parks, Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Rosendahl, and Wesson. We are now at 8 members, and we're at 9 members, awaiting one more. Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weezar, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Weiss. We are awaiting your presence here in council chambers to begin. Again, thank you for your patience. This is a final quorum call for Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Weezar, Councilmember Smith, and Councilmember Weiss. We now have a quorum. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezar, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Sign, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Smith moves and Ms. Perry seconds. If there's no objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business, please.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Okay, Mr. Parks moves, Mr. Labange seconds. Seeing no objection, those two will be approved. Next order of business.
Mr. President, do we should take a public comment at this time?
Let's come back to public comment and run through the agenda first.
Before beginning the regular agenda, there is a request to continue several items. Item number 4, there is a request to continue that matter for 2 weeks to November 21st.
Okay, colleagues, is there any objection to continuing item number 4 till November 21st? Seeing none, that will be ordered.
And item number 5, there's also a request to continue that for 2 weeks, and that's November 21st also.
Okay, without objection, we'll continue that item as well. And Mr. Reyes, I believe, wanted to continue one. Do you have that?
Yes, item number 17. Councilmember Reyes requests that also for 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Any objection, colleagues, to continuing 17 till the 21st? Seeing none, that will be continued as well. Next items.
On the regular agenda, items noticed for public hearings. Items 1 and 2 are both street vacations in Council District 4, and Council should hear the public comments and close the hearing and instruct the city engineer to proceed if there are no protests.
Okay. Are there any protests here in the audience? We do not have cards of any protests, so with that, if there's no objection, we will instruct the city engineer to proceed as ordered. Next items. Oh, let's open the roll on that. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
And those instructions will move forward. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 3 through 17. Item 17 has already been acted on, and that would leave before council items 3 and then 6 through 16.
Okay, specials. Mr. Alarcon. Number 6, Mr. Alarcon. Okay. 6, 10, 12, and 13 for Mr. Alarcon. Okay. Any other specials, colleagues? I'd like to call a 16 special for a verbal amendment.
And also, Mr. President, item 3 is a confirmation of a commissioner. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Okay, let's hold 3 on the desk. I'd like to submit the following oral amendment to number 16. I move to amend the Rules and Government Committee's recommendation to incorporate the City Attorney's recommendation that the amending language be modified to exclude state agencies such as the CRA and HACLA, and request the City Attorney to draft an ordinance consistent with this amendment and the Ethics Commission recommendation. And I'll hand that to our City Clerk as well, so don't have to write that down so quickly. And if there's no objection, that will be accepted as a friendly amendment. Okay, number 9, special for Mr. Rosendahl. Are there other specials, colleagues? I'd like to call 7 special. I know, actually, we don't have cards on that one, so, well, I will call that special nevertheless for brief comments. Any other specials, colleagues?
And excuse me, Mr. President, just for clarification, Mr. Rosendahl was calling item 29 special.
Oh, 29, okay. We'll take 9 off the table, sorry. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and we will open the roll on the balance.
Mr. President, just for clarification, that would leave 8, 9, 11, 14, 15, and 16 as amended.
Correct. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those items are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 18 through 30, 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. We have cards from the public on item 22, so we'll call that special. Do we have any other cards, Madam Clerk, from the public?
No, Mr. President.
Okay. Does anybody wish to be heard on those items? If not, let's open and close the public hearing.
And Mr.
Any
Rosendahl
specials?
wanted to call 29 special.
Just for the public. Any specials, colleagues? 29 from Mr. Rosendahl. Other special items? Okay. Going once, going twice. This is 18 through 29. We have one special, Mr. Rosendahl. Sorry, it's 18 through 30, so if anybody wants 30 as well. If not, let's go ahead then on the balance. Go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 31 is the closed session. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Please, let's hold that on the desk.
And do you wish to take a public comment at this time?
Is the special meeting for 10:30 or 10:15?
10:15.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll for the special meeting and recess the regular meeting.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Westenstein, Garcetti. 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business.
First item on the special meeting is a Budget and Finance Committee report, and that's item number 32.
Okay, let's call that special, Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks will call 32 special. Next item.
The next items are 33 and 34, and those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Is there any objection to consideration? Seeing none, those are before us. I'd like to call 34 special, please. Anybody wishing to call 33 special? If not, we'll go ahead and open the roll on 33, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those are approved.
And that would conclude the special meeting, except for the items called special. Do you wish to continue those to the regular meeting?
Please, let's continue those into the regular meeting.
And do you wish to adjourn the special meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And
Do you wish to take a public comment at this time?
Yes, now is the time for general public comment. Again, general public comment is for items that are not on our agenda but are under the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will get 2 minutes. There's a speaker's code of conduct that we would ask you to avail yourself of on the podium, and also a clock to help you guide your comments over those 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Margarita Fernandez, and then James Ota will be our next speaker after that.
Good morning, council members. Nonprofits are to serve their communities. They are there to help their residents, the neighbors, and so forth. They are helped by the city, the county, the state, the federal government to secure funds, grants, donations. Such an entity exists at 303 North Patton Street in Council District 1, and they secure funds for projects, for their programs, and so they have done such that they told the city, CD1, CDD, Planning Department, the Human Relations Departments, and as well as the state, that they had acquired land. However, this land is to be sold on November 9th, Friday. Why is this land to be sold? We don't know. Yet where is the money that they acquired for it? What is going to happen? The reality is that the land was not purchased. It was donated for the use of the community. And now this is what's going to happen on the 9th of November, Friday. This is not right. This is wrong. Council President Garcetti, as a neighbor of us, you are in District 13, we are in District 1. Something needs to be looked into in reference to this entity. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate them. James Ota is our next speaker.
Good morning, President Garcetti. And
Could you just lift the microphone up a little so we can hear you a little better? There you go. Thank you.
right there?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. My name is James Ota, Ota Trucking with Harbor Truckers for a Sustainable Future. The Mayor of Los Angeles and Long Beach have their Port Commissioner presents CAP to the harbor dredge companies to clean the dirty air our trucks help create at the harbor. We all agree that dirty air creates many health issues to everyone. On October 1st, 2008, all pre-1989 trucks must be replaced. Having the pre-1989 trucks being replaced, many will not be qualified because the engine horsepower must be at least 300 horse. Anything less will not be qualified to be replaced with the port's funding. These trucks and their owners will be eliminated from working in the ports. All pre-1989 trucks should be allowed in this program and not deleted because of their horsepower. These trucks are to be scrapped anyway. The trucks are to be retrofit to meet the 2007 requirements will also start in the next 5 years. The plan is for all 16,000 trucks to be able to meet the 2000 engine requirements to help clean the air. The concession part of the plan is only a way for the union to replace the 16,000 independent truckers and eliminate a majority of the 1,400 trucking company. If all of these organized or independent truckers want to be drivers, then they should start their own union trucking company and compete with the rest of the 16,000 independent drivers and 1,400 harbor trucking companies. But don't use the Clean Air Act to eliminate us and take our customers and our business ability and to give it to the union and a few trucking companies. There are solutions to many of the issues that are in CAP. Association like California Trucking Association to help work with on these issues that involve the trucks so that they can be uniform for all and not just for the two ports. Have the terminals use more equipment and manpower to help eliminate the long waiting lines. Let us all do our share in cleaning the air, eliminating health issues.
Thank you very much, sir. There are no more speaker cards for public comment. Madam Clerk, I believe there's been a request to take item 34 out of order. Am I correct?
Yes, and that was called special by Council President Garcetti.
All right, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I know we've got a very full agenda today. So there are a few cards we have, I believe, on this. If we could take the public comment on item 34, and then I'll reserve my time just to make a few comments after that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Garcetti, we don't have cards on 34.
Is it 34? Okay. I will get to. I will go ahead. I know we're expecting some speakers there. Are there any folks that are here on the writers' strike? If not, okay. I will begin comments then, and we'll see. Colleagues, I urge you today to join me in supporting the resolution that we introduced last week. We introduced it with the hope that we would avert a strike here in the city of Los Angeles, but since it was introduced and scheduled for today's council meeting, unfortunately we have seen our neighbors hit the streets and the writers' strike begin. This resolution that we have here underlines just how critical the entertainment industry is to the city of Los Angeles. Some $30 billion, over 200,000 workers that are a part of the entertainment industry. Both above the line and below the line, we know people here in the city of Los Angeles that are affected by this strike. We know that every dollar that is spent in the entertainment industry gets recycled 5 or 6 times in the local economy. I was just 2 days ago in my district talking to an owner that I know of a local flower store, and he spoke about what happened the last writers' strike and that he almost went to the brink of going out of business. I've talked to workers in restaurants and owners in the catering business, and everybody's on pins and needles about this strike because if it goes on for months, this will not only hurt directly the entertainment industry, but the entire local economy. The city of Los Angeles also depends on the receipts and the revenues from the entertainment industry, and I think this horseshoe has been a great partner to the entertainment industry. We've helped filming on the streets of Los Angeles. We've helped studios to expand the jobs that they locate here in Los Angeles. And this strike comes at a devastating time when much production was returning to Los Angeles. The resolution before you urges the parties to come together and in fact goes a step further and offers for free city space as neutral ground to meet and to get back to the table. We ask those that are on the production side, our studios, great studios like Paramount in my own district, to produce a contract that is just for the writers, to ensure that we get people back to work. And we know that it doesn't just affect writers, it affects every single person. The LeBons brothers, who are cinematographers, are affected by this. Members of my own family who are involved in the entertainment industry are affected. And I say probably everybody who is here knows somebody who is connected in one way or another to productions. We might not feel the pain today, but the longer this goes on, the more pain we will feel and the greater urgency that it has. We know that around the globe, Los Angeles is synonymous with the entertainment industry. It's a part of our culture, it's a part of our economy, and we must resolve this strike sooner than later. And the breakdown of negotiations was a worrying thing, and I would reiterate to the studios, we have great relationships with you. The City of LA has been a great partner for your businesses. Now it's time to get back to the table and to resolve this strike for the writers, for the gaffers, for the grips, for the caterers, for the production assistants, for the drivers, for all the others who are part of the production process. And we hope that this will give some momentum. The City of Los Angeles is watching closely. I've been in contact with people on both sides. I was over in Mr. LeBon's studio district with his permission in front of Prospect Studios, talking to some of the strikers that were there, saw folks over at Paramount in my district. I've spoken to management there as well, and I know the mayor is on the phone with these folks. We must resolve this. I ask you for your support. This will send a strong message about the importance of this industry to all of us and get people back to work throughout Los Angeles. Thank you, and I ask your support.
This could be a DVD. Good. I'm going to hold it right now. I'm speaking next.
All right. Thank you very much. I believe we have two speakers on this item, Mr. Garcetti. Stephen Leyva, Amy Tarkington. All right. And then if you, sir, would give your card to the sergeant at arms. Thank you.
My card has already been taken from me.
Okay.
Someone took it earlier. Thank you. Thank you. I was only informed yesterday that this was happening, so I thank you for your indulgence. I understand there's a resolution urging the Writers Guild of America and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers to come together in negotiations. I want to speak to that resolution. And basically I want to address not only the council members, but the community at large. As you know, the Hollywood screen and TV writers are on strike. We did not take this action lightly, nor do we take it without an understanding of the impact that a long strike might have on this community at large. But although we were on strike, we are not the cause of the strike. The strike was caused by our employers, the Alliance of Motion Picture and TV Producers, who have refused to show us the common decent respect of negotiating with us seriously. From day one of the negotiations last July, they have known that their proposals, which would have rolled back all gains that the writers have achieved in the last 50 years, were proposals that no one could seriously bargain from. From day one, the proposals of the Writers Guild of America, have been reasonable proposals that responsible people could take and bargain from. So far, the AMPTP have refused to address any of our proposals. It is clear that the AMPTP does not want to seriously negotiate. It is clear that they mean to break our union, the Writers Guild of America. If they accomplish this, they will go after the other unions, from the directors to the actors to the craftspeople, until the film and television industry, which adds so much to this community, is a non-union industry paying substandard wages to everyone from directors to carpenters. If the standard of living of these workers in the industry becomes substantially lowered, can I continue? Then they will not continue to be the good customers they have been to the businesses in our community. We have not been in negotiation with the AMPTP. We have been under attack by the AMPTP. I thank you for the time. Thank you very much.
I believe the next speaker is Ms. Tarkington. Please come forward, ma'am. Ms. Tarkington.
Hi. I did not prepare a word, so clearly as he did. I'm a member of I'm not a representative of the Writers Guild. I'm a writer, a working writer, have been for 7 years here in Los Angeles. And I just wanted to say that everyone I know who's been out on the picket line with me for the last few days wants this resolved as quickly as possible, and we would appreciate very much whatever help the city can provide us. And we're well aware of what the harm it's causing the city, and really hope that it gets resolved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Labange has pressed his button.
I just wanted to say this is a little like a DVD right here, right? And they're talking 4 cents to 8 cents. Is that what they're talking right now? Right now, this is what you buy, a DVD of a movie. It could be a great movie or a television. And writers get 4 cents. They're asking for 8 cents. Is that basically
That's
it?
one of the issues that was on the table, and the producers claimed that that was a stumbling block issue. So we actually took that issue off the table, because the greater issue to us is getting a stake in the Internet. We're not protected in the Internet, and when any of our writing goes up on the Internet and is paid for, and when the Internet takes over television, we will have no coverage at all as writers. Participate not at all.
Thank you very much. That's why I think we all should stand with Mr. Garcetti. I was proud to second the motion. It's very important. Product is new. It's a new technology. I remember here, see those cameras right there? They could go live around the world right now if they want to with technology. But when I first started in this city hall, they had film, and they could only shoot till about 1 o'clock, because then they had to go edit that film. And they had to cut that film. And technology changed. Now it's instant. And with that in mind, we have to make sure those who create the great words that stand are kept in a long time. So I thank you. I got another 144. You didn't fill out a card. You got to fill out a card. But if you could go real quick. You got 144 of mine right now. Speak.
Writer from the Writers Guild of America. We're on strike against the AMPTP. We've been picketing 14 of the
Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't get a card from you.
Can I give them my time, and then it will expedite?
People who are in the overflow, so if they'll announce their name, we'll write it down for them and make sure.
All right, Council
Hold my
President.
time, 118, 117.
Please identify yourself.
I'm sorry. My name is Tim Lee, L-E-A. I'm a writer with the Writers Guild of America. We're striking against the AMPTP, the producers of the film industry here in LA. We just came down here today to put a face on who we are. We are really ready to meet with the AMPTP as soon as they sit down and discuss our proposals with us in a reasonable way. They've not done that so far. They walked out of our talks on Sunday and left us with no alternative but to be on strike. We realize the economic impact of that on the city of Los Angeles, other unions, fellow workers. We regard this as a labor issue, and we will stay on strike until we can get what we deserve. Thank
Pass the pin to the next man. Real quick. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom.
My name is Patrick Massett. I'm with the Writers Guild of America West. Thank you for seeing us. Thank you for hearing us. We do not want to slow down the city. We know the holidays are coming up. We want the city to be working. We want everybody to be working. We want to negotiate. We want the producers to come to the table and talk about this thing. It's about our future. It's about our families. And we want to move quickly. We do not want to delay. We encourage you, everyone here, to please support us and to get the producers to come to the table so we can discuss this and get it finished.
My name is David Hudgens. I'm also a member of the Writers Guild of America West. We urge the producers to come to the table and negotiate. I have a wife and 4 kids. I got up this morning at 4:30 and went downtown to protest. I never thought in my life I'd be doing it, but we're doing it for the right reasons. We appreciate your support, and thank you for considering the resolution. Thank you.
My name's Art Eisenson. I'm a writer. I live in the city of Los Angeles. I have a business license to carry the business of writing in my home. I want to pay taxes. I can only do that if the companies with whom we are trying to negotiate stop playing a stall game and realize their civic responsibility, negotiate with us. We know a deal is going to be made, but it has to be a deal not only that benefits us, but that benefits our community. We're going to need your voices, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to need whatever in the city you can do to leverage these folks, get us back to the table, get us talking, get us done, get us working, get us spending, get us paying taxes, and for that we thank you.
I'm Richard Slauson with the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. And we have 150 building tradespeople here today for another issue, but we're here for this issue as well. And we want you to know we support the riders 110%. Thank you very much.
Now, I just want to say to close right here, Mr. Garcetti, I believe it was a writer by the name of Pearson, forgive me if I'm wrong, but a 1967 classic of Paul Newman and Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is a failure to communicate. And that was a writer. Now, a writer wrote those words. And those words last forever. And writers should be compensated properly. There should be discussion at the table. And it should be fair. Because we all know the creative part of Los Angeles, which is the entertainment industry, deserves that. Whether it's 4 cents to 8 cents taken off the table, whatever it is, there should be fairness. So we stand to support you and support the writers. Thank you very much.
Mr. Garcetti, for a second time.
Just in conclusion, I want to thank the speakers who took time out. I know you're going to be out there. If you see a writer, bring some donuts to them, bring some drinks, help them through this situation right now. If you know people on the production side, urge them to do the right thing as well, because we know the impact that the entertainment industry has on our economy, but we also know the stories that they tell us. Anybody in here who's ever gone to see a movie, when we turn on our television, those stories of the lives around us that move us, that connect with us, that's what the writers do for us. We think that they should also get the due recognition that they deserve as well. And we know that the great partners we've had in the entertainment industry on the production side, in their hearts, should be doing the right thing too. That it shouldn't be a couple people at the top who are treating the workers poorly. It should be something where they come together, where they don't stay away from the table, but that they get back to the table. And that's what the city is here to do. To provide that table, to provide it for free, to say that we have friends on both sides of this, but we do believe that the writers should get a just contract, and this should be resolved sooner than later. Thank you all very much for your support, and I urge an aye vote.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. I certainly urge an aye vote. I mean, this is ridiculous for me to see our great city with the entertainment capital of the planet and the writers being the backbone of absolutely every bit of product that comes out of this on strike makes no sense. We don't want the strike to continue. We want a resolution now, and if it's about dollars and cents, let's come up with the dollars and cents to make everybody whole and more productive. Every day this strike continues, obviously situations will get worse throughout the entire city. So let's get back to the table if we can do this, and let's make a deal, and let's get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. And with that, we'll go ahead and open the roll on this item that is before us. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you all very much, and we'll send that forthwith to the mayor without objection. Next item before us, please.
And next item, Mr. President, is item number 3, and that's confirmation of Dr. Sonia Molino to the Commission on Children, Youth, and their Families.
Dr. Molino would like to come forward right now. And I'd like to recognize the chair of our APHA committee, Mr. Tom LaBonge.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Dr. Molina has served our commission well. She is here again for the appointment to this commission. We thank you, and if you could tell us your passion and how you want to do better for the people of Los Angeles and children, youth, and families, and their families. Thank you.
Please.
Yes, thank you. I'm here to thank you for this appointment, and I'm not only honored, but very, like I said, thankful because I'm very passionate about our kids, about our youth, and their families. I'm originally from El Salvador, and I've been working in the community in different capacities. I'm a dentist, and I work with Salif, helping our children and our youth to stay out of trouble, out of gangs. I also work with the California Dental Association at the state level and at the local level, again, to keep our children healthy. And now I'm given an opportunity to work with the city in this capacity. So I thank you, and I'm excited to all the work ahead.
Thank you. Remember, she was a former Woman of the Year, being honored by the City of Los Angeles, and as a doctor and as a dentist, and having just had root canal last week, I know how important, and I think of all the children who need care, greater care than that. So, Dr. Molina, I thank you for taking this nomination of Mayor Villaraigosa, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I just rise to support Dr. Molina. A few weeks ago, we had a dinner for SOLIV, which is the Legal Educational Defense Fund for the Salvadoran community. And Dr. Molina has been one of the giants of the Central American community. I've watched her participate in the Pico Union Westlake area, Salvadoran community throughout Los Angeles, and she's been a very instrumental in terms of putting together boards, acknowledging talent, and bringing forward a community that has matured in a way that I'm very proud to say I'm associated with, given all the benefits they've created for the youth. So for that, thank you, Dr. Molina, for all your hard work. There are many professionals who get to your stature and find it very convenient not to get involved because you've paid your dues, but you keep coming back, you keep returning, and every year you never give up. And I thank you for your patience and everything you've done for our communities.
Thank you very
much. And I
much.
encourage an aye vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes, and want to also add my good wishes and thank you, Dr. Molina, for all the great work you've done for the Salvadoran community here, and it's been a pleasure to work with you, and we very much look forward to having you as a commissioner. So,
Thank you very much.
with that, we'll open the roll and make it official. Please close the roll on the nomination and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner. Welcome aboard. That is approved, and we'll send everything forthwith today without objection. Okay? Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 6, and that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon, and there is a committee report that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay. We have item number 6 before us. Mr. Alarcon, would you like us to hold that on the table for a moment? Why don't we go ahead and do that? Next item, please.
Next item is item 7, and that was called special by yourself, Mr.
Okay. Why
Garcetti.
don't we hold that as well for a moment?
And the next item called special is item number 10, and that was also by Mr. Alarcon.
Okay. We have item 10 before us. Item number 10 is the Federal Housing Finance Reform Act. Mr. Alarcon called that special. We will see if we can bring him in. We also have 12 and 13 called special by him as well. If we can go ahead to item 22 right now and take a card from the public. We're going to wait on 22. Okay, we're going to take up item 29 then next that Mr. Rosendahl called special.
And there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay, that amending motion has been distributed. Okay, so we're good with that? All right, so go ahead as amended if we can open the roll on 29, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Okay. Okay, we have item number 6. Mr. Alarcon called special. This is the continuation of the conditional use application at 15031 Rinaldi Street. And I'd like to recognize Mr. Alarcon.
Members, this is a very troubling issue that has to do with Holy Cross Hospital in Mission Hills and whether or not the Planning Commission's decision to allow a mitigating negative declaration is correct. And I fall on the other side. I do not believe the Planning Commission's findings that a mitigated negative deck is consistent with CEQA is accurate. I believe that the mitigated negative deck relies on studies that are inadequate. And I want to commend the Chair of Planning, Ed Reyes, and Jose Huizar, who was present, for effectively bringing out the weaknesses of this proposal. The fact is that the study that they relied on fails to recognize a high school and the trip generation in the morning of over 600 trips. it fails to recognize the community plan, which recommends 116 homes on the backside of the hospital. It fails to provide specific mitigations for Indian Hills Road, the only access to not only that property, but a property that has a large retirement home, Ararat Home, one of the largest, I believe, retirement homes of Armenia, in the Armenian community. It fails to recognize the nursing home that is adjacent to the Armenian retirement home that is run by Ararat. It fails to recognize the YMCA Child Care Center, and it relies on parking that is subject to a 2-year lease agreement with the Archdiocese that cannot be guaranteed beyond 2 years. When the question was asked by Mr. Weezer of Planning Department, if Holy Cross fails to get a continuation of their lease agreement at the old Alemany High School, what would happen? The planning response was the project would be shut down and the hospital might be shut down. Now, some people would couch this as a healthcare issue. Some people would couch it as a union issue. This is anything but. This is a CEQA issue. And whether or not the mitigated negative declaration meets the standards of CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act protects us against entrenchment into our community that is violating the spirit of the sanctity of the environment of our communities. This project fails to meet that standard on a number of counts, and it puts us in a position of jeopardy, because I do not believe that it will be, that if we support the Planning Commission's decision, I do not believe we will avoid a final resolution in court. Now, I am not interested in I want to focus our discussion on the CEQA issues. This project, while it provides some mitigations, it does not meet the standard of an EIR. An EIR would provide for options for and alternatives for the mitigations should the mitigations not be sufficient. In this case, we have no options. In fact, we have no specific remedies for the trip generation at Alemany High School across the street, or the potential trip generation or the impact on development behind the hospital. This is a situation that could be resolved. I want to make it clear, Holy Cross Hospital was offered the opportunity to extend for 45 days and allow us to consider some proposals that they gave us yesterday. In fact, they didn't even give it to me. I got it from the city clerk at the hearing yesterday. It is a bulky document, and they're asking us to rely on this document without you having the opportunity to even consider it. When Chairman Reyes asked them if they would consider allowing the appeal to be extended for 45 days, Holy Cross said no. We do not want you to be able. We do not want to have an extension of time. And for what? Why would Holy Cross not allow the community to consider this additional information? Why would Holy Cross not allow us, as a council, to consider this new information as to whether or not it conforms to CEQA? Members, this is not an issue of health care. I think you know my passion about health care. I think Providence knows my passion when I worked with them to avoid the strike at St. Joe's. And we avoided that strike. I think you know that I worked on legislation to provide more dollars into the healthcare system, including $30 million for the trauma care system that we are benefiting from right now. I am passionate about this expansion. I want to see it happen. But I'm also passionate about doing it the right way. The right way is to protect the community against further transportation congestion and the impacts that this project would create. I ask for your support on a project not to be in a position opposed to health care. We all support health care. We all support the expansion of this hospital. But I ask you to be champions of the environment. I ask you to be champions of CEQA, that CEQA means something, that it's not just on the books for us to to gloss at and squeeze development projects through on the backside without full consideration. The Northeast Valley deserves full consideration. The Northeast Valley deserves an EIR on this project. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Our next speaker is Mr. Smith. We've had a public hearing. If somebody can move to reopen, but until then, our next speaker is Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Chairman, how many requests do we have for public comment on this?
In the midst of counting, I think I'll have to restart, but I was about into 40 cards so far, and there look to be maybe 10 more.
I would think, by the size of this audience, the number of people that want to be heard, that I move a public hearing and make it
How long?
at least 15, 20 minutes on each side, Mr. Alarcon.
Okay, 15 minutes per side?
Let's do 15 to start, and because I don't know how many cards are, but
All right.
move public hearing.
We'll do 15 minutes per side. We're going to put and 1 minute comments, or? Okay, 1 minute comments. Mr. Smith moves, Mr. Alarcon.
And I do want to make it clear for the public record that Mr. Reyes conducted about 2.5 hours of hearings, maybe longer, yesterday, and took much public testimony to his credit. He's a very patient guy.
Colleagues, I would like to remind you before the city attorney does that this is a fair hearing matter that requires everyone's attention, special attention, even more, and folks to be in their seats. So for Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Cardenas, if you could please make sure on this fair hearing matter. It's a fair hearing matter, so if everybody can take their seats, please, pursuant to the additional legal restrictions on the fair hearing matter. We'll go with folks, we'll go 3 and 3 back and forth until we've reached 15 on each side. Again, these are 1 minute. We ask you to follow the clock as closely as possible, just to be as fair and to try to get to as many people as possible. I know there was a very vigorous public hearing yesterday as well, but to do that in the full council, we'll take the first 3 speakers on the for side, then we'll go to the first 3 speakers on the against side. These will be read in the order which we received them. Ron Bitzer is our first speaker. After that will be Nicholas Kroll, and after that is Ann Zeliak.
Good morning, Mr. President,
Good morning.
members of the council. Ron Bitzer, North Hollywood. I'm an employee of San Pedro Hospital, where on February 8th we're going to have a conference on the risks of a dirty bomb attack on the Port of LA. I'm here to say that in North Hollywood, volunteers are looking at over 1,000 pages of EIR documents for the Valley Plaza, Laurel Plaza development plan. So I know how incredibly cumbersome this process can be. And I'm telling our volunteers, if we can't convince the planning commissioners, if we can't convince the redevelopment commissioners of our position, then we should be loath to appear before city council, unless we have the community behind us. And I ask, in the case of Providence Holy Cross Hospital, who are these community advocates, since I have perused the 250-page file, council file, on this issue. Their business address is 464 Lucas Avenue, Suite 202, Los Angeles. So please, consider true community input on this issue. Thank you.
Just to clarify, I know some people have filled out 4, and that sounded, at least how I've classified these, as the against side. The 4 is for the proposal that is before the council. That proposal is to override what the Planning Commission decided. So if you're from the, if you're against that proposal, which you could say would be for the position of the hospital right now, I'm going to classify that as the against side. So are you, sir, for...
I'm for the appeal.
For the appeal. Okay, please, go ahead.
My name is Nicholas Kroll, Summer Neighborhood Council. Been working with this for over 2.5 years. CEQA says if there's a reasonable argument for significant impact, an EIR must be done. Providence Corporation has agreed to do only what the City of Los Angeles requires of them, and the city has not required much. With bad, poorly circulated traffic studies, no parking study, the Planning Commission refused to call for the EIR when some of the commissioners said they thought it was called for, but deferred to staff, saying, we don't like to make those decisions. We prefer staff to make those decisions. Staff said, we think we can fix it in the study. There are still significant unmitigated impacts, and if CEQA is circumvented, there's a reasonable argument that this will end up in court. and that delay will also be on Providence's head. If 3 years ago Providence Corporation had started their EIR, we'd see them building now. We need that expansion. We need it done right. Please require a full EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Zilak, followed by Wade Hunter.
Good morning. Ann Ziliak, Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council. I just want to thank Mr. Alarcon for characterizing this as a difficult situation. I agree, it is. And I think that the professional way, the correct way, would be to do an environmental impact report. And I think the reason we wanted that was because early on we pointed out all these safety issues to Holy Cross in reading the mitigated negative deck in January of 2005. And still, they decided not to do anything about those issues. I think that there's a few issues that are very important, including fire escape for all those people that live in back of the hospital. The fact that Indian Hills Road cannot support 2 emergency vehicles going side by side, coming and going from that property. And unless they eliminate the fact that there's parking on either side, this is going to be a significant danger to the community and the people at the hospital. And the parking issue. The parking issue is very serious because on leased land, anyone can decide not to renew that lease. So please do the appeal.
Thank you very much. Wade Hunter. Wade Hunter. After Wade Hunter, we'll be going to Veronica Perez-Becker and Vanessa Rodriguez.
My name is Wade Hunter. I'm president of the North Valley Coalition, a member of CARE, and I am for the appeal. I just want to let you know that most of these people came here. They have good hearts. They think they're doing right, but not one of them has read the MND, and they don't realize that it's not addressing the issues that we've been raising since 2005. For instance, they failed to properly notify the surrounding communities. They failed to properly post planning board hearings. They failed to circulate timely new information to the public. They failed to properly include all phases of their expansion plan, only submitting phase 1. They have a plan that goes to 2030, and that should have been presented in the documentation. And if this is approved, this represents incremental approval of the entire project. They've also failed to address issues raised by the public in public comments. All of these are violations of CEQA. So please don't think with your hearts, but think with your heads, and give us, in the northeast end of the San Fernando Valley, what other communities have been afforded, an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Perez-Becker and Vanessa Rodriguez.
We're sharing our time.
Okay.
Brendan Council members, Brendan Huffman with VICA. This is a very important issue to us, and our Land Use Committee and Board looked at this project in great detail and decided that the need for 130 new hospital beds is critical and needs to happen immediately. We've lost 400 hospital beds since 2003. We might be losing more next year. Thank you.
Veronica Perez-Becker, CCA, also speaking on behalf of the Chamber. We support Holy Cross proceeding with its M&D and oppose the appeal. CCA is also opposed to improper CEQA appeals to gain leverage. This type of challenge is particularly egregious here, where project delay means endangering lives. Although Holy Cross followed the city's every request to prepared an extensive M&D, the appeals seek an EIR, yet there is no unanalyzed potential impact. Even city staff believes an EIR will add no new analysis. But what will it cost? It will cost upwards of $40 million, delay the project by 2 years, and endanger lives. And that is a cost that should not be tolerated. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to 3 cards on each side. Nuri Martinez, followed by George Ortega, and followed by Maria Loya.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the City Council. My name is Nuri Martinez, and I'm the Executive Director of Pacoima Beautiful. I'm here to applaud Councilmember Alarcon for taking such a tremendous position. I know it's difficult. I know that our community is being pitted against each other, unfortunately. We have severe health care issues to address. We have environmental concerns in the Northeast Valley to address. It's unfortunate that today we have to come to heads when it shouldn't be that way. I think communities need to continue to work together, and the CEQA process needs to continue to be respected in the Northeast Valley. As well as you know, I grew up in the area. We have a tremendous amount of cumulative environmental impacts in our community. We have a community city that is suffering from a lot of diesel emissions, landfills, surrounded by freeways and airports, and a number of small industries that are causing environmental issues in our community. I think the CEQA process needs to continue to be addressed. I think the Northeast Valley is now coming together to try to understand the development process and create good environmental issues, make sure that they're at the forefront. So I'm here to support the EIR.
Thank you very much. George Ortega.
My name is George Ortega. I'm with the Selmar Neighborhood Council. The fact is that they do not have the number of parking spaces required, much less what they need. Among the erroneous assumptions is that all of the parking on the campus is for the existing hospital and the proposed addition. And by meeting the required ratio of 2 parking spaces per bed, one automatically has no parking problem. The existing hospital has 254 beds with over 1,000 declared parking spaces, a 4 parking space per bed ratio, and there are problems now. How is it that with 55% more beds and 8% less parking spaces, things get better? There are 25 less spaces than declared. 92 spaces have portable structures or other things stored on them. 235 parking spaces are for functions not in support of the 390 proposed beds. There could be less than 621 parking spaces available for the existing and proposed hospital. 159 parking spaces short of what's required of the code, which they established.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Thank you very much. Maria Loya.
My name is Maria Loya. I work with the LA Alliance for a New Economy, and I'm also a member of the CARE Coalition. Let me start by saying that we strongly support the expansion of Providence Holy Cross Medical Center, but the expansion must be done fairly and responsibly. For over 2 years, Providence has insisted on trying to use a shortcut of the M&D, despite the pleas from communities for a full EIR that would provide more disclosure, analysis, mitigation, public input, and this is what we've been asking for. Given the serious public safety and health concerns, as well as the size of the magnitude of this project, an M&D is not sufficient to ensure that the environmental and community concerns are addressed. Providence has tried to persuade the public that you must choose between improved healthcare services and environmental protection. This is a false choice. The community can and must have both. The Northeast Valley has seen a share of its bad planning. We can no longer afford to shoulder that burden of irresponsible development. Say that we have collected more than 4,000 cards requesting an environmental impact report from Pacoima, Silmar, and Mission Hills.
Thank you very much. Great, thank you. Our next 3 speakers, Carrie Carmody, Tim McCosker, and Daniel Valayo. Did you hear? I'm sorry, Carrie Carmody? Okay. Carmody? Tim McCosker, and then Daniel Villa.
Thank you, City Council. I'm the administrator of Providence Holy Cross Medical Center, and I'd like to clear up a couple items real quickly. We have had or been part of 75 community meetings in the last 2 years regarding our project. We are, speaking of champions in the environment, our plan produces the first LEED certified hospital in the state of California, only the 5th in the United States. We take that very seriously. We have met with many of the communities, including the Mission Hills Neighborhood Council, which has land use jurisdiction over this project. The land use committee and the full Mission Hills Neighborhood Council have voted to totally support, unanimously support this project. We are a disproportionate share hospital serving the poor. We need your help now as a trauma center, as an emergency room, and as a labor delivery center. 60% of our OB patients have no insurance, yet we want to do more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Tim McCosker, Christensen Glazer. I'm with the hospital. And I appreciate very much Councilman Alarcon's statement that this is about CEQA. This is not about the health care crisis, which everyone acknowledges. This is not about labor. This is about CEQA. Because that's the deal that we want. We want the even playing field, the level playing field of this being about CEQA. What is required Because you've had many, many hospitals larger than this, many, many expansions proved on mitigated negative declarations. Our project is small, 119,000 square feet compared to what you have been approving. What's required is that you see something in the record, some substantial evidence in the record that an EIR is required. You not only have not had substantial evidence, but you've had just bare innuendo, you've had just opinion, you've had unsubstantiated comments. And so we've had an opportunity to go back and provide responses to all of those comments. And I'm sorry that seems offensive that we actually responded to all the comments, but that's why you have a very comprehensive, thick document. 3 issues were raised last night as the reason for, and please, can I go through these 3 issues, Councilman, as the
I think I'd ask only the city attorney,
as the
representative.
In the appeal process, representing the applicant. I'll just go through the 3 issues that were raised last night.
Let me ask Mr. City Attorney for his position on this, because
as long as it's equal 15 minutes each side, how each side wants to apportion its representatives, that's up to them.
well, that would mean, as far as if you're being the appellant, I mean, Mr. Attorney, I just need your guidance on this. So if you're saying that he should, as the, because then the other side would also have to have 3 minutes for that.
Again,
hold
generally...
the time so it's not running...
If you hold the time, we will offer the same time to the other side.
Right. If it's equal on both sides throughout the whole public comment, then however each side wants to apportion their speakers is within your discretion also.
All right. So I guess if I'm hearing and just look at the consensus of the council, that if we let Mr. McCosker speak for 1 or 2 more minutes on those items, then we will immediately go to 1 or 2 minutes for the other side if they have a speaker from legal representation on the other side. Okay?
I will take 1 minute then.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Alarcon. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. I just want to make sure this is fair. So.
What the city attorney said is the parties shall apportion the time as they choose. That is not, and if Mr. McCosker speaks for 5 minutes, so be it, as long as it's within the 15 minutes.
Okay.
And if the other side wants to have one speaker speak for 3 minutes and then 4 minutes, that's fine too, as long as it's within the 15 minutes. That's how I understand the city attorney's comment.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, that's correct. As long as it's equal on both sides of the general debate.
Right.
And then regarding...
So then after Mr. McCosker speaks for an additional 1 minute, we will go to the other side for 1 minute. Okay? Please.
That's up to your discretion, sure.
Yes, Mr.
The record will
McCosker.
show from last night's hearing that there were 3 issues admitted into the evidence for recommending upholding the appeal. One was that there were 2 traffic studies that were competing. That would be a concern of mine if it were true. It's not true. There's 1 traffic study, the traffic study done by the applicant, no traffic study done by the opponents. There was an amendment, or there was additional information that came in after the CEQA period was closed, where we studied Alemany. We showed that Alemany has 500 trips in, 500 trips out that are off of peak from our hospital. 2, there was an issue about parking. That parking was a problem. The record still shows that this hospital is overparked by nearly 200 spaces. There was a concern, and I'm sure it was an accidental misstatement, that if we were to lose that leased parking space, that the hospital would close. The hospital would not close. It is a normal, regular condition on the part of your planning department that a proportionate number of beds would close. That's how you enforce parking conditions, and I'm sure the misstatement wasn't intentional. The last reason stated into the record, and seemed to be the predominant reason, was ward courtesy, the councilman asked. And I appreciate that, and that works often in government when there's not a quasi-judicial proceeding. But this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. You have to rely upon evidence. And this is also not a 7th District issue. This is a city issue. This is a valley issue. This does not belong to one district. This belongs to all of you and to all of these folks. Thank you.
Theodore Franklin. Theodore Franklin, followed by Timothy Germain, and then we'll go back to the other side in a minute, Mr. Slauson. Theodore Franklin, Timothy Germain, and Alex Reza.
Thank you very much. I am the person who actually filled out the appeal. And I don't suppose very many people have actually read that appeal. However, it is a very detailed criticism and critique of what has been put forward in terms of the environmental documentation in this case. And that is, as Councilmember Alarcon stressed, truly the issue here. Has there been an adequate environmental vetting of this project? A fateful decision was made a couple of years ago to do a mitigated neg deck on a very substantial project which had raised many community concerns. A couple of years is enough time to do an EIR, but a choice was made to take the lower course, the less exacting course, and to simply do a document which is supposed to briefly explain why there will be no significant impacts. This is the definition. And if I may, as counsel, I
Sure,
would like
we'll count you just like we did, Mr. McCosker. So go-
another minute.
Count another minute, please.
That document is supposed to briefly explain why there will be no significant impacts and why no EIR is required. Well, a very brief version was produced 2 years ago, and it was a completely inadequate document. Without community effort, it would have remained completely inadequate. There was no air quality study, there was no traffic study, and there was no parking study. Now today, the boat has been pointed out to have this leak, that leak, and the other leak, and efforts have been made to patch one leak or another. But those efforts have produced a boat that still is full of holes. It's going to sink. It doesn't add up. There are no answers to certain questions about parking. And I will hammer in on just this one point about parking. There's going to be less parking after this project is completed. 78 spaces are being removed. The parking study that was done said the lots are full. They're over 90% capacity during some hours of the week. That's what it showed. And finally, they're going to be putting 1,600 new trips into the hospital. Now, with all of that, there is no way that parking has been accommodated, that the actual needs have been met.
Thank you very much. Dr. Timothy Germain.
My name is Timothy Gurman, and I live 40 feet from Providence Holy Cross Medical Center across Mission Hills Road. I've lived there for 45 years. At one time, I was a member of the hospital staff, and I've never opposed any previous proposal by Providence Holy Cross. This project needs an environmental impact report. Today's meeting is to consider two appeals, mine and Mr. Franklin's. Has anyone on the City Council read my appeal? Anyone else? Just one person. I think that it's very difficult to decide what should be done with this project without having read both the appeals. They're very important, and everyone should read the appeals in order to evaluate what has happened in the past. This appeal is not about unions. This appeal is about the environment.
Thank you very much. Your minute has gone up there. We'll go to the next side for the next one. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Labange, if the other group wants to give up an additional minute to this gentleman, or we're starting back on the 15 minutes on that item and go to the other side. We've been doing 3 minutes on each side, and now we're about to go to the next side.
Minutes were consumed by opposition to the appeal.
No, sir,
People who walked up here even after it was clarified.
Sir, excuse me. We have been very clear on both sides. When Mr. Garcetti was chairing, when I'm chairing, 3 on each side as we've gone forward. So, if Mr. Germain, you want to go forward and do another minute, then we will count that on the clock.
$85 to appeal, I should be able to speak.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The LA Planning Commission and the Providence Holy Cross Medical Center has tried for 3 years to hide this project from my neighbors. It's never been announced to my neighborhood. The only announcement of the Planning Commission's meeting was this sign. This sign was placed on the fence of Providence Holy Cross Medical Center, and this is the only announcement of the Planning Commission's meeting. There was no time announced. There was no place announced. It was just that a meeting was to take place. Father Kezios, at the Planning Commission meeting, stated that Indian Hills Road and Mission Hills Road are dead-end streets what would happen if there was a fire on the 29 acres behind Providence Holy Cross?
Thank you.
300.
Okay. I'm sorry, sir. We're just trying to be fair on the time both. So if you want to continue for another minute, then we'll go back to the other side and give additional minutes on that side to accommodate.
To do that.
I'm sorry?
I would like to do that.
Okay.
Father Kisios is the only person on the Planning Commission who gave a realistic evaluation of the plan, and he was completely ignored. The Planning Commission did not notify me. They did not notify my neighbors. Armand Hamper, the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Air at Home, wrote a letter on June 22nd stating that he had not been informed of the Planning Commission's actions or the environment or the expansion at Providence Holy Cross Medical Center. Gene Polino, my next-door neighbor, was not informed. YMCA Daycare Center was not informed. The occupants across Rinaldi were not informed. I think that alone would indicate that an environmental impact report is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because we just did an additional 3 minutes on that side. We'll be going, and there's been a request on the other side for there to be people that have been identified after Mr. Slauson. Mr. Slauson. Yes.
Be easier for everybody. Well, how much time is left on the public hearing?
There's 11 minutes and 41 seconds.
If we cut it on each side, so you cut it in half or whatever it is, and just have all those who are opposed to the appeal, all those who support the appeal separately, and just split it in half and say all those opposed. So now I just think it may make it straight out a little bit.
It was started off with doing each 3 and 3. So if we can, if we want to continue in that way, we can go now to do that. But again, because of the additional time just given to the doctor, we would go 5 minutes for this time, which would, So I think we'll go ahead and follow as we've done because we've started in that path.
Good morning, council members. My name is Richard Slauson. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 140,000 craft members. Our affiliates are the craft local unions that represent those members throughout Los Angeles and Orange County. And we're here today to support this project and the process that has been undertaken. Before I go on, I'd like to have all of those from the building trades and others that came here that will not get to speak to stand up for a moment so you can see the support that is here for the Holy Cross project in the Valley. Very quickly, I want to address the comment that there was a shortcut. This is not a shortcutted project. This project has been under scrutiny for over 2 years. It has had 75 local meetings. Everyone in the community has had an opportunity to speak on it. The Planning Commission has given its unmitigated approval of the project moving forward under a mitigated negative declaration. And we believe that that's the way it should go forward.
Thank you.
Starting an environmental impact report at this point in the project will not take 2 years. I've never seen an environmental impact project process take 2 years. It takes 4 to 5 years to get through, and we will be without a hospital in the San Fernando Valley. We support this project as we supported the UCLA Medical Center, Kaiser Fairfax, Kaiser Sunset, Kaiser Downey, Children's Hospital, St. John's, and others, because they have had the same process with a mitigated negative declaration. If we start requiring hospitals to have environmental impact reports, we will never build new hospitals in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Viallo. Daniel Viallo. After Daniel Viallo will be Sergio Rascon. Will be the next speaker after Mr. Viallo. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Ben Kadish. On August 10th...
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Ben Kadish.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Daniel Viallo as our next speaker? Oh, we did, okay. If you could just sit tight, we'll get to as many speakers as we can. And then after that, Sergio Rascon.
Thank you for your patience, council members. Daniel Villar with the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm here to echo the words of our Executive Secretary, Mr. Richard Slauson, who just spoke to you. This project is important to the middle class membership that lives and works in the surrounding area of this community. This project, this expansion of this hospital will serve this community in an important way. This hospital has proven historically that's an important piece of the Los Angeles community, and we need to be able to service more of that community. All of you are keenly aware of all the problems that have occurred with the medical systems. The EIR is not necessary. The MMB is appropriate. It was proper. It's been done correctly. All of the steps have been done appropriately, and we would encourage you to please move the project forward so that the middle class worker in this area can go to work and help service the needs of the their medical needs of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio Rascon. Sergio Rascon.
I'm Dr. David Solarte, Director of Newborn Services for the hospital.
I'm sorry, we have to go in the order. We'll try to get to as many people as possible. If you allow Mr. Rascon to speak, we can't yield time, unfortunately, but sit tight and we'll get to as many people as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sergio Rascon, Business Manager of Labor's Local 300, representing thousands of laborers, of which some of them live within the vicinity of this hospital. I'm one of them. This is not just a building that's being expanded. This is a facility that will take care of the needs. Other hospitals are closing, other places are having problems. Why is it that we're waiting so long? Is it the EIR? And that's my question. Is it the EIR or something else? So Labor's Local 300 stands firm 100% in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers, my apologies, the next two speakers were the folks that did just come forward, Ben Kadish and then Dr. David Solarte. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Ben Kadish. On August 10th, 1999, I was shot at a summer camp. I was shot twice, and from what I was told, I was laying in the lobby, losing a massive amount of blood. Paramedics had to make a quick decision whether to airlift me to Children's Hospital or to rush me to Providence Holy Cross. They realized that they were running out of time. Providence Holy Cross was right down the road. The doctors and medical personnel operated on me for over 7 hours. If the facility was not open that day, I would not be standing here today. We need to have this expansion project. Without it, patients like me won't have the same chance of receiving treatment and in other cases surviving. Please make the right decision for expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. David Solarte. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dr. David Solarte, Director of Newborn Services. Over the past 3 years, our deliveries have doubled, over 3,000 a year. Mothers delivering in the hallways, babies without beds. It is now a crisis. I need the support and the help of the council members to move this project forward. As I was reading the other day, the Declaration of Independence, where it says that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our people in San Fernando Valley need to be happy, need a good healthcare system. The hospital is providing that service and needs the support in order to do this. Otherwise, pain and suffering will continue, and babies will be delivering in the hallways, and the mothers are also paying the price. Please support the project and approve it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Alex Reza. Our next speaker is Alex Reza from the other side now, and George Ortega. Done.
My name is Alex Ressa. I was a teacher at San Fernando High School, located about a mile from the Holy Cross Hospital for 34 years. And I'd like to compliment Councilmember Reyes for the way he handled the public hearing yesterday. It was a long day, and you did a great job of making sure that everybody was heard. And that's one of my main concerns with the process at this point. I believe that the CEQA process from the very beginning was not followed. I think that the planning department was derelict in its responsibilities. I think that they were inadequately prepared for yesterday's hearing. I think there's good case that can be made for a lawsuit on the basis that the CEQA process was not followed. Beyond that, I think there's important environmental issues. That area has a high rate of asthma. There's a freeway on both sides of that hospital. The increased pollution in the construction process, I think, will be a major issue. I do not have confidence that the LEED certification that has been referred to will actually be fulfilled, so we support the appeal. Thank you.
George Ortega is our next speaker. And after that will be, after Mr. Ortega will be Nuri Martinez.
My name is George Ortega. I'm a member of the Selmar Neighborhood Council.
Oh, he already spoke? Okay, I'm sorry. Do we have Nuri Martinez already spoke as well? Okay. Has this entire pile spoken then? Ismael Maldonado? Hold on 1 second, we'll just clarify this. Okay, I believe there are 2 cards submitted for a couple people, so thank you for your earlier comments, Mr. Ortega and Ms. Martinez. Ismael Maldonado spoken yet? Okay, if Ismael Maldonado would like to come forward now as our next speaker.
Hello, council members. I am an ADA advocate. I am also on the Pacoima Neighborhood Council. I'm the youth vice chairman. My council does support a full EIR. Well, I ride Access Paratransit, the paratransit that provides services for people who are disabled, persons who are disabled. And one of the things when I go into Providence Holy Cross, when my vehicle is unloading me, it is very hard for the vehicle to unload me on Indy Hill Road because there's cars honking behind it. And this service is just not me going in there. There's a lot of people with disabilities who use this service to use a hospital. And I'm a big guy. To kind of get me off of there to, unload me, it's not very easy to try to rush me to get off a car or a van. This is one of the things that needs to be looked at more. And I fully support the appeal for an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Rubio? Robert Rubio?
My name's Robert Rubio, and I'm I'm the chair of the Land Use Committee for the Pacoima Neighborhood Council. And I'd like to thank Councilman Alarcon for taking his position that he is. There's no doubt about it, the Holy Cross does save lives. Labor Union, Local 300, I'm for. Expansion, I'm for, but with an EIR. The Northeast Valley deserves what the rest of the city of LA has, everything. They also need, I have no doubt about it, they prolonged my grandfather's life, Holy Cross, and I'm grateful and I thank them for that. But, there's a lot of health issues in this part of the valley, and I really hope that you guys respect Councilmember Alarcon's stance on this, because after all, he's only representing his constituents of the Council District 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Irma Carranza.
Good afternoon. My name is Irma Carranza. I'm with the CARE Coalition. And I just wanted to read off a list
of all our coalition members who are part of the Community Advocates for Responsible Hospital. Again, we are in support of the expansion, but with an EIR, so I'll just go ahead quickly and read them out. American Lung Association of California, Coalition for Clean Air, Hermandad Mexicana, Lane, LULAC, San Fernando Valley Chapter, MAPA, San Fernando Valley Chapter, NAACP, San Fernando Valley Chapter, North Valley Coalition, Pacoima Beautiful, Pacoima Community Youth Center, San Fernando Valley Greens, SEIU, Sylmar Neighborhood Council, Transit Coalition, Youth Policy Institute. In addition, there's other groups who are in support of the EIR. Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council, Northwest West Neighborhood Council, Pacoima Neighborhood Council, Sunlang Tahunga, California State Senator Alex Padilla, Congressman Howard Berman, and the San Fernando City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Sister Rose Byrne. Sister Rose Byrne. After Sister, we will hear from Jim Lott.
Sister Rose Byrne, Sisters of Providence, representative of Providence Holy Cross Medical Center. I'm also one of the sponsors of Providence Holy Cross Medical Center. The Lord hears the cry of the poor. Blessed be his name. Mother Teresa helped the indigent, poor, sick, and dying, no matter where she ministered. In an affluent country like ours, especially in our City of Angels, we need to serve the poor. The mission of the Sisters of Providence compels us to come to the aid of all the needy, regardless of race, color, or creed. Can we now put aside our politicking and move forward with charitable deeds and care of the sick? Thank you.
Thank you, Sister. Jim Lott. He's outside. And Kathy Chidester. And since you're in uniform, are you Kelly Kurz?
No.
Okay, well, you'll come next, don't worry.
Okay, Kathy Chedester. I'm the acting director of the Emergency Medical Services Agency, which is part of Department of Health Services. I'm here on behalf of Department of Health Services to support Providence Holy Cross's expansion. Providence is a vital trauma center to our system that serves not only their local area, but the Antelope Valley. They're also a disaster resource center for us. And at this time where we've had the closure within the last 5 years of 10 emergency departments, along with hospitals in many cases, and the downsizing of hospitals, we feel it's vital to have this additional resources to our healthcare system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelly Kurz is our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kelly Kurz. I help run the emergency department at Holy Cross. Councilman Alarcon, I'm going to talk to you about something else instead of an EIR. I'm going to talk to you about an HIR.
I'm sorry, we'll save your time. And we just have, as part of our rules of protocol, if you could address the council as a body instead of an individual. Sorry, don't worry. Go ahead.
Council members, HIR, Human Impact Report. You saw it when Ben spoke to you. You see it all the time. Hospitals closing, closing, closing. But here we are offering to help the poor and the vulnerable. We do it every day. All of these people are saving lives all the time. We are asking you and imploring you to understand the impact of how you can save lives. How you can save lives today by allowing us to go forward with this project without any further delay. We beg you to consider our important work that we are volunteering to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The original motion The original motion that was made was for 15 minutes. That on each side we've gone about a minute over now, so we're about 31 minutes in. So that would close the public comments unless there's a motion to extend. Seeing none, I'd like to read then the names into the record of folks that were also here. Yolanda de la Torre for the appeal. Oscar de la Torre for the appeal. Jim Lott against. Lee Bauer against. Sam Garrison against. Brendan Huffman not filled out for or against. Jerry Lagunzad against appeal. Sister Lucille Dean against. Johnny O'Kane against. Martha Diaz Askenazi against. Jane Stanton against. Dr. George Andros against. Rosie Santana against. Jenny Rosales against. Yadira Mena against. Stan Archie against. Gary Fordyce against. Tammy Flores against. Waldo Romero against. Bruce Jerometa, I believe. Jerometa did not fill out, but it was in the against pile. Robbie Hunter against. Diana Fragasso against. Larissa Uribe, both against, and some general comments. Monte Anders against. David Hernandez against. Pat O'Connor supporting the expansion but concerned about an MTA bus stop. David Kirsch against appeal. Peter Repovich against the appeal, and Jim Hilfenhaus against the appeal. That will close those comments. And under protocol, we'll come back to you, Mr. Smith. Actually, under protocol, Mr. Reyes, as chair of Plum, should open, so we will recognize him for 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, yesterday was a day where we started at 2 o'clock and finished about 6:30. Between SB 1818 and this issue, we went through a process of trying to provide a fair hearing and look at both sides of the issue. The representatives from the hospital made it very clear this is not a union issue, this is an EIR issue. Councilman Alarcon emphasized the same. So as a committee, we went through the process of calling out the staff, which I'll do now. Come to the center table, gentlemen. And try to drill down some of these issues. And I've been doing this for 7 years. And I put great weight on every one of you as council members because you know your district day in, day out. You understand the impacts, and you have a vision for your district. You have an understanding of what it means to reach consensus. And it's never easy. It's never easy. So in this case, we have an M&D that has been proposed by the staff. Planning Commission, I understand, provided you that option. You went that route. Yesterday, we have a councilman who's asking for 45 days to further digest the most current reports that just came in the past couple of days. For me, it came in yesterday afternoon. I believe for the councilman, it came that evening. Yesterday evening. So now we're talking about impacts that he wants to understand as a council member based on engineering, traffic personnel, planning personnel, and how they look through their list, their formulas, and analyze what they feel is best. Could you share with me, please, when was the first M&D completed?
The initial M&D was published for this project back in October of 2005.
And did that M&D include a traffic study, a parking study, or an air quality study?
No, it did not.
So when did we get the follow-up M&D, and why did we do that?
I was Jim Tokunaga. I'm with the City Planning Department. I was a hearing officer involved in the initial hearing back in October, and I felt that because of the comments made at the hearing, that at least the traffic study should be provided. So I asked for the traffic study, and it went to the City Planning Commission initially in March of 2007.
Okay. So now I understand there's a third reiteration of the M&D. When was that completed?
Well, what happened was at the March meeting of the City Planning Commission, the March 2007 meeting of the City Planning Commission. Please hold my time. There was a discrepancy made. The traffic study that had been submitted for the M&D
recognized that there were some impacts and that mitigation measures were proposed. That was not in the original MND, and therefore we had to recirculate or republish the MND. At that time, the City Planning Commission went ahead and continued the case, and the applicants chose to submit expanded MND, which sort of analyzed other impacts. And that was what was submitted for the July meeting, and that was what the City Planning Commission considered.
And when did we as a committee receive these documents, and how long did we have to digest that material?
I don't know when. I don't know how the documents are distributed. I imagine you saw the documents yesterday at the
Yesterday. The decision makers have less than 24 hours. The council member who's elected by that district has less than 24 hours to make a major decision on current information that was provided less than 24 hours ago. That's what we're being asked to do today, correct?
There has been some responses to comments on the traffic study, and that is what was submitted yesterday.
So let me take a step back. If we would have done an EIR 2 years ago, could have the councilman given the opportunity to organize, put together committee meetings, and understand thoroughly what the hospital wanted to do? Would the EIR allow for that?
Yes, it would have.
But that did not occur.
Not with an EIR, no.
Okay. So currently we have an assessment by hired contractors to assess impacts on a report that we have yet to read.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Colleagues, this is where my discomfort comes in. Each one of us should have an understanding of what these impacts mean in our respective district. I am setting aside the whole union issue because to me, I know this hospital will be built. We will serve the poor. We will serve the sick. The question is when. And what I hear my colleagues say is that he wants a chance to be able to engage the stakeholders, look at those who are being impacted, and understand how we can improve critical points of concern. Dr. Gramin, I believe, who came in where we had to cut back his time, he was a member of the hospital, has lived in the area since 1962. When he learned about this, he went to his neighbors, the Ararat home. On June 22nd, the day after he notified them, they sent a letter not knowing what's going on back in June. And the list goes on and on as to the immediate impacted property owners who surround this area who are not informed. So again, I believe we are at a place where we should, and I would hope the hospital could give the councilman 45 days to address these issues, but they don't want to. So I feel, and Councilman, we started a great job of breaking down in detail the traffic issues, the parking issues, the fact that there aren't real plans, there's nothing in writing that contractually obligates the hospital to deal with easing the pressures of the traffic and or providing parking. There's nothing in writing that says it will happen. So I felt we had no other recourse but to deny this expansion and require an EIR so they can provide an expansion plan that will fulfill the needs of the community as has been stated today. Mr. Rausch, in looking at the bottlenecking situation and the traffic congestion, was the committee allowed to have input as to how that relief could occur other than the engineers provided their professional report?
The expanded initial study was republished what time, around June? In June. There was a 30-day comment period in which the extensive number of letters were submitted into the file from the public. They hired their own people to analyze the air quality and traffic reports that were included in the document. These were included in the environmental document, which was received by the Planning Commission. It did receive public comment. The public who was appeared at the first Planning Commission meeting was aware of the fact that the Planning Commission required an additional circulation of the environmental documents, so anybody who was following this case would have been well aware of the environmental impacts and had an opportunity to comment. So yes, we're confident that the public did have an opportunity to comment on this.
They were given the opportunity, they were made aware of this, but yet we don't have responses from the local property owners as who would be impacted by this improvement.
The local property owners which were mentioned, all of them received a 500-foot radius of Mr. Tokunaga's public hearing on this case. I believe what Dr. Gurman was referring to was the Planning Commission meeting on the case, when the decision meeting. When we return, when we put out our hearing officer reports, we include the date of the Planning Commission meeting. The site is also posted. He had a copy of the posting document for the Planning Commission meeting. People did show up from both sides of the Planning Commission meeting, both those in favor and those opposed to the project, and those who were at that particular hearing were made aware of when the next Planning Commission meeting was to be held. So there was ample notice to those in the area. And as far as we know, the case file will not show that Ararat Home or anybody else in the area had their mailings returned to the file. So they were notified. Whether they opened the document or not, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, in closing, when I see an elected official who is being torn apart by the obvious benefit of what a hospital does for our communities, for this area, yet understands that he has his own vision for what could happen given the 29 acres that are just behind this hospital, given the streets that are inadequate, how to improve it, and EIR would have provided those alternatives. And EIR would have provided alternative scenarios of how these improvements could occur. And EIR would have granted the hospital those types of conditions and criteria that would have allowed them to continue to operate, negotiate a methodology and approach that would have allowed them to function as a hospital while not compromising the quality of life for those immediately impacted. And as you go through concentric circles from this subject site, would have allowed others to talk about how to improve those intersections. Those opportunities have been denied. All I'm asking is to give the council member the opportunity to go through the EIR, move this as quick as possible so we can achieve the noble goals and the benefits that this great hospital is generating for this area. So that is why I ask you to support the Plan Committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for the record, I understand Mr. Alcon's what he's going through. All of us have concerns about our districts. Make no mistake about that. But sometimes there are things that are overriding, that don't just impact one district, impact many districts. And for the record, the hospital was in the 12th district, my district, for a very long time until reapportionment. I know it very well. And I live closer to that hospital than actually Mr. Alarcon does. So I am very concerned about this. I'm concerned about it because I have seen the loss of 300 beds at the Granada Hills Hospital, which was closed a few years ago, stupidly by LA Unified School District, who took it for a school instead of leaving it for a hospital for our community. I am concerned because I saw the loss of 100 beds at Northridge Hospital when they closed down their east campus near the 405 freeway. I am concerned about the loss of beds in this county. 1/3 of our hospital beds in a little over a decade have been lost. And we cannot afford to put people's lives at risk and in jeopardy by allowing that to continue to diminish but rather support anything we can to find that increases the number of beds. I remember the passionate discussion Ms. Hahn brought forward about King Drew and saving those beds, and I understand that. And for our area, Ms. Hahn, we feel the same way about this hospital. We cannot afford to lose beds any longer in the Northwest San Fernando Valley or this region. It is a crisis situation. To the staff, and please hold my time after the question, there's been discussion. There are people who said there's not enough parking. There are people who said there is enough parking. What was your findings? And please hold my time.
First of all, on the issue of parking, the CEQA threshold for analyzing parking impacts is whether or not the use that is proposed meets the city goal guidelines for parking. The code-required parking, this hospital does, and therefore it was listed as a not an impact to be analyzed. However, when you go through the technical appendices for this document, there was a full parking study provided by the hospital which showed about 90% utilization of their parking lots. However, that was done at a time when their main employee parking lot was closed. So even with the main employee parking lot closed, they still had adequate capacity. And that is in the technical appendices of the document.
Now, I've heard some discussion also that they're using some leased parking next door in the count. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that a policy we do elsewhere in the city?
You're allowed lease parking within 750 feet of your use.
And we do it a lot.
And we do it a lot, yes.
In fact, most of Ventura Boulevard is using some sort of borrowed lease parking. So we do that a lot. On the EIR, people say, well, it's risen to the level that we need a full EIR. In your initial analysis, you said it was an MND. And that's what you ordered early in the year. And in June, that's what the commission saw. Mr. Reyes has talked about documents that have come in afterwards. Were those documents you ordered and brought back, or that have been offered by the hospital in response to questions that are being asked in the community?
Well, the documents that the City Planning Commission saw back in July are the only documents, the last documents that the Planning Department has seen. What I was referring to was a response to the appeal comments that the applicant himself or the applicant's representatives has turned into the Plum Committee. But that was not a document for the Planning Department.
Right, and that was only to the appeal.
Right.
It was not ordered by the department or the city, but to an appeal process, Mr. Reyes, for your committee. That's what the purpose of the appeal was. When was the appeal filed?
Well, the appeal was filed shortly after the determination was mailed out, so I believe it was filed back in
July, August, probably.
Is it August?
September 4th.
September. And then it comes to committee. So in that time frame, they've had to respond to those issues, which is constantly done in every case that we see in Plum. Is that not correct? I mean, that is a standard procedure.
Yes, in normal situations, the applicants or their representatives do respond to appeals.
And so to say that we're getting all this information at the last minute and that we need to call a timeout and review all of it, that is the process, actually. The process is that an appeal goes forward, it comes to Plum, and then to this council. So it's followed the standard procedure of any appeal in the city.
Yes, it did follow, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted. And finally, on the traffic counts. I've heard that the traffic counts are significant. I can't imagine what a 100-bed traffic count would be for a hospital. That the school, the high school, was not counted. It was not open when they took the counts. I have said, and I will say again, schools are open in the morning for about a half hour to 45 minutes. That's the traffic impact. In the afternoon, it's about a half hour to 45 minutes. Throughout the course of the day, what is the traffic impact for a 100-bed addition of this hospital throughout the whole day?
The traffic study analyzed it on a 24-hour basis. The number of trips generated were approximately 1,600, and during the PM peak hour, which the Department of Transportation lists as their area of impact, it was 177.
For the hour?
For the peak hour, which lasts basically from 3 to 6.
So a couple per minute. Two cars per minute during peak hour. Did it change the level of service for any of the intersections there?
It did change the level of service for the impacted intersection, which was Laurel Canyon and Rinaldi, and traffic mitigation was proposed for that, which was a lane widening and a left turn signal put in, and an ATSEX placing a Providence Holy Cross paying for the ATSAC signal at that location, and I believe they're doing an advanced ATSAC at that signal, and that mitigated the impacts of the traffic.
That fully
events.
mitigated to DOT satisfaction?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. I thank you very much for those. Those are my questions to the department. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, these are one of those issues that go beyond a council district. These are those issues that impact all of us, particularly those of us in the San Fernando Valley. As I said, we've lost too many beds. We cannot afford to delay any further in putting the people's lives at risk, putting their health care at risk for issues that have not risen to that level that require full EIR. I believe that this hospital and the staff has done their job according to CEQA. They've done it diligently. They've done it properly. The issues have been addressed. They have been answered. To delay is to delay people's lives and threaten their health care. What is to be gained by that when nothing has been proven, not one thing has been proven, that impacts those people's lives? I will only point out also that if you look at the hospital, to the east, there are no residents. To the west, there are no residents. There are residents across the street, and there are a few residents in the Arafat home to the north. Mr. Alarcon talked about a housing development that's not yet been proposed yet or approved, and there was concern about the road that will go next to it, Indian Hills. That project has the responsibility of Indian Hills because they're going to add the impact to Indian Hills, not the hospital. And so I see my time has run out. I just think this is one of those issues that there has not been a proven level that rises above and beyond what we normally have done, what the staff has done, what the commission did, I think has been appropriate. And I think it rises to that level. This council deserves to give this hospital the ability to go forward, to protect the people's lives, to provide health care for everybody, because there's nothing that says we should stop today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Mr. Alarcon. Is Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas. And then Mr. Labange, Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Rosendahl, and then Alarcon for a second time, and Reyes for a second time is the queue right now.
Thank you. I'd like the staff to clarify, please, exactly what would happen if, for example, the neighboring school is leasing something like 287 parking stalls to the hospital. Let's just say shy of 300. There's an agreement to satisfy the parking requirements for the hospital, and they're satisfying that today with shy of 300 parking stalls from a neighboring adjacent property, a neighboring school. If they did not renew that lease that apparently has been going on 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, and then the school decides, sorry, we don't want you parking on our lot, what would the result be to the hospital? It was said by somebody here that if that were to happen, that the hospital would have to close down or something like that. That sounds kind of crazy. What would be the result of that? My time, please.
One of the conditions that the City Planning Commission put on was that if there is leased spaces, that if they lose those leased spaces, that the hospital must provide that amount that's lost on site somewhere. It is a large campus, and perhaps they can build a structure or some other way.
Valet parking or something?
Or valet, however they want. Mm-hmm. However, if they can't provide that parking, then that number of parking spaces that ties to the number of beds would have to be lost. So let's say if you lose 100 parking spaces, then 50 beds would have to be lost at the hospital. But the hospital itself wouldn't shut down.
So what would be the corresponding number of beds? Anybody have that calculation?
Well,
excuse me, Jim. The requirement of the code is 2 parking spaces per bed. So if they lose 100 parking spaces for ease of math, it would be 50 beds.
Okay, but it was also stated by somebody that the amount of parking required right now, based on how much parking they have, even with the expansion, they would still have more parking spaces than were required.
The counts, there are currently about 1,100 parking spaces on the campus. About 200 of those are for a medical office building, and so the parking count did not include those in the parking count, left them with about 900 spaces. Of those 900 spaces, the code would require approximately 700, leaving in excess of about 200 spaces. It's less than 200, but somewhere between 180 and 200 spaces in excess of code requirements.
Some neighboring properties came.
Of course, some of those, excuse me, Councilman, some of those are under the lease, but they are counted in the count.
And they should be counted because they do belong to the hospital as it stands today. Correct?
Correct. They're under the hospital's control.
Exactly. Now, there were some people that own adjacent properties that seem to have claimed that they did not get notice or what have you of either hearings or meetings or the process. Is there anything evidentiary through your departments that there was any violation of the notice requirements?
No.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Again, Jim Tokunaga. The initial hearing that I held back in October of 2005, there was a notification that went out to a 500-foot radius of the site. And so everyone within that 500-foot notice of the hospital would have been notified. And anyone that came to the hearing that I held would have signed in for any future correspondences. And that's why Mr. German was getting continual notices where his neighbors may not have been because they were not interested. In other words, if you come to the original hearing officer's hearing, you sign in, and then we will send you future correspondences. In this case, there wasn't a whole lot of people actually, and so no, we did not notify for the commission meeting the properties across the street or anyone else that did not show up to the hearing. So, and that is the procedure that's routinely taken. We don't do a notification each time for 500 feet.
When was the first hearing where the city staff were involved?
It was in October of 2005.
October of 2005?
Yes.
So actually, coincidentally, just over 2 years ago.
Yes, yes.
So people were starting to get notice, and notice requirements were started in October of 2005?
Yes, that's correct.
Or shortly before that, to notice that first meeting?
Right.
Okay.
They would have been notified 24 days before my hearing.
Okay. So again, please clarify for me, is there any evidence that you're aware of, any one of you are aware of, that people violated their responsibility to notify the proper community members?
No, we have a receipt in the file from our mailing services that shows and signed and certified that the notices were mailed out. And in fact, I do remember getting a letter from Marriott Home, and I'm not sure why they sent the second letter, but I believe my first letter was they were in support of the project.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, the reason why I'm asking you those questions about notification, obviously if people were aggrieved and people didn't follow their notification requirements, then giving some kind of extension or what have you, for me personally, I would be amenable to that. But right now I see no evidence that there was any violations of that. People had their proper notification. We've done this with other hospital expansions throughout the San Fernando Valley and throughout Los Angeles in the past. And I see no reason personally to put them through any additional hoops that other hospitals have not had to go through when they've actually used a negative deck. Also, this question leads to my last point. How many floors, how many stories is this expansion, the portion that they want to expand?
It's a 97-foot height expansion. The current height is 81 feet. I don't have the number of stories. 4 stories.
So it's 4 stories? Is what they're talking about?
It's 4 stories, but it's 97 feet, which usually is taller than your average 4-story building, and that's because of the needs of a hospital. On the between floor areas are often 10 feet between floors for mechanical equipment.
Well, another reason why I wouldn't favor a time delay for this process, because unfortunately it gives people an opportunity to either conveniently or purposefully misinform, because at least one council member was told recently that it was 9 stories of this particular expansion, and in fact it's 4. And luckily for that person, he went and got that clarified. But had he just counted on that misinformation, intended or not, he would have been pretty upset with himself. So I think it's very important for us to understand that unfortunately, especially in an intense situation like this, misinformation and things of that nature are used in trying to get people to do certain things, and I'm personally satisfied with the process so far. Thank you.
Our next speaker. Just before our next speaker from the council, I did want to establish for the record as well, I misspoke due to a clerical error earlier. Mr. Labange was expected to be here and was here. Mr. Huizar was excused today, and I had gotten that backwards. So Mr. Huizar did have council excuse for today. Our next speaker is the very same Mr. Labange, and then after that will be Ms. Gruhl.
Good afternoon, everyone, here at 12:05. This has been a very good discussion here on a matter. I just want to know, Charlie, are there any plans drawn for this project?
This is a vesting conditional use permit. When you file for a vesting conditional use permit, you need to have a complete set of plans, elevations, landscape plans, parking, the whole gamut. It's basically a site plan review application, and this was done through the vesting ordinance a few years ago, so that when an applicant filed the application for a vesting conditional use permit, that project was vested as it was designed and would not be changed either by the applicant through the time period, and the city would not change the rules. It's basically a single-phase development agreement.
But it is the plans are drawn.
They are drawn, and they are basically set in concrete by this action.
Right. And I heard Mr. Reyes, who's our chair, and he was the only one who said he read this appeal. I'm going to hand it back. I read the appeal there. We read a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, and we look at all these things and try to weigh them out. We rely on our committee chair often because that's the protocol that we exist in. I did hear many things that were so important in the discussion here, but one thing I did read in this report that was issued today, and I'm just going to say it again, Charlie, page here in the end, Councilman Alicote, representing the 7 days report, he requested a 45-day to allow a continuance, but it was denied. 45 days. You know what 45 days is from right now, Charlie? Real quick.
A little over 3 months.
No, 45 days, Charlie.
I'm
Come
terrible
on, this is
at
a
math.
planner. I'm glad he's not an engineer.
Month and a half. Let her go.
Yeah. It's 3 days before Christmas, sister. 3 days before Christmas. So I'm looking at you, sister, because you appealed to me greatly. You appealed to me greatly when you spoke, sister. And 45 days. So now I want to ask you, and I'm not calling you out, sister, because my sister's called me out in first grade, second grade, third grade till I got kicked out. But I think the councilman of the district wants 45 days, and Mr. Reyes says this still could be done. This would give it time, because see what I want, now let me just say, sister, I want this discussion. See, I'm just thinking, what if all of a sudden a 4-story, 6-story building is dropped on Ventura Boulevard? What impact would it have? Should it be looked at in all ways? Charlie, do you think there's things that could be done in these 45 days that would help maybe be more successful in getting a coalition of everybody? Because I really think everybody except a few said they support the expansion. So there's unanimous support, basically 90% support the expansion, 50% want an EIR, 50% want an HIR. That's very good for that nurse who spoke of that HIR on that there. Charlie, what could happen in 45 days? Hold on, sister. I'll give you one of my last minutes here. Hold on. Go on.
There could be discussion of the project, but as I said previously, this is a vesting case, so the project you have before is what you have.
The roadway to the back, the widening and all that. Because Rinaldi, and I remember Rinaldi, when Stan Chambers was standing on it in 1971 when the dam was breaking, the Van Norman Dam, and he said, I'm on Rinaldi. And I know this is a very different area with the beautiful cemetery that's there, with the school down the street, with the housing, etc. Hold my time 25 seconds for the sister to rebut anything I said. Sister, do you want to rebut anything? Right there. All I asked, 3 days before Christmas, sister, to give you a chance to try to resolve this here.
The greatest event in history on Christmas Day. But what I do want to say is that how many lives can be saved in 45 days?
Okay. Let me answer your question. You got me now, sister. I want to ask I'm not going to put the sister on the spot. I'm going to put the attorney on the spot. Go over there. Tim?
Just one more point. The Sisters of Providence are committed to the health care of the sick in the area, and we have provided that both in San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and we would like to, and if this is denied, it'd be very serious to the
I got
sick.
that. I don't want to deny it. I want to give the councilman an opportunity to try to square some things up. And also at the same time, in 45 days, the construction's not going to start in 45 days. Is it, Charlie? Is Andrew Latham going to approve these plans in 45 days?
It possibly could, because this is a
When's the last time-
it's a conditional use permit.
All right. Sister, did you teach Charlie? Thank you. That's it. I'm sitting down.
Thank you. And it's the political
There's no
lesson for the
30-day
entire
waiting
council
period.
is never do direct battle with a nun. The next speaker is Ms. Gruhl. After that will be Mr. Rosendahl.
And I know you live by that, Mr. Garcetti, as does Mr. Labange. I want to, and I listened intently in Mr. Smith's questions because you asked probably about half of my questions. That's all right. It was good, though. And I grew up in Granada Hills and unfortunately had to go to that hospital on many occasions for family and friends, and very, very familiar with it since I lived there for more than 20 years, I believe, close to that vicinity. And you had it just prior to 2002 then, correct? You went all the way to the 5 freeway? Okay, up. Over the 5 and up. Okay, over the 5 in that location. There's been a lot of discussion between EIR and MND, and for the general public who may be watching, or even some in this room, it's confusing. And we go through that every day, those of us who have controversial projects, and we're no stranger to that in CD2. And the difference between, if you could just briefly describe what happened, I know that's hard, but what's the difference between an EIR and an MND? Because some people believe that a MND doesn't have any environmental review associated with that. So if you could, and hold my time.
The document that we requested Holy Cross to do is what we call an expanded initial study, which basically has all the information. It's basically an uncirculated environmental impact report. You have a full air quality study, you have a full traffic study, you have full noise studies, you have all areas of impact analyzed in the document, and this particular document also includes cumulative impacts, not only of this project, but of the 13 cumulative projects which were listed in the traffic study and what their effect would be on the neighborhood. The one difference between this document and an environmental impact report is, one, the notice of determination period, the notice of preparation period, where there's a mandatory, I believe is it 30-day? 30-day circulation period for public comment. And after the draft is put out, there is a 45-day period, and then a final EIR is written off of the comments. This particular document received a 30-day circulation, and there were a number of comments which were received, and those were adequately addressed in the final MND. So that's basically, and the major difference, which Councilman Alarcon pointed out, and that is project alternatives which are analyzed. As I pointed out last night, we do not allow project alternatives that are larger than the project because those can't be approved under the public notice period procedures. All alternative projects would be lesser in size than the proposed project.
And how long?
Because we attempt to reduce impacts.
Maybe I'll go to that then. Are there mitigation measures that the hospital is taking to address some of the concerns raised in the MND or by the constituents?
Yes. Some of the concerns that came up were air quality, noise, aesthetics, all those conditions, all those mitigation measures have been incorporated into the conditional use permit.
So they'll be held to those mitigation
Yes,
measures?
just like any other project, they are obligated to comply with them.
To comply with those. So when we adopt whatever happens, then in that instance, they will be required to do those mitigations.
Just like an EIR, the conditions would have to be enforced.
Okay. And these days, how long is an EIR taking in the city of Los Angeles?
I don't know.
I couldn't really answer that. They could take anywhere, depending upon how good the consultant is and then the difficulty of the project. They can take from outside of the mandatory circulation periods, 3 months to write, to up to 1.5 to 2 years to write if there are problems with the document.
But from beginning to end, I mean, you
approximately 9 months.
You couldn't do an EIR and have comments and approvals and come through the city council in 3 months.
I would say approximately 9 months.
9 months. Wow.
From start to end.
From start to end. I don't know if have you all ever had an EIR that's 9 months? If you guys are doing
We've had
that,
some fairly decent ones being written lately, but
all right. And I think
that's a best case scenario.
That's a
It can
best
take
case
up to a year and a half.
Okay. And I think, as Mr. Smith mentioned, that it is a regional hospital. Those my constituents are served as well from a variety of those areas, and that I take very seriously environmental concerns and traffic mitigation, particularly, and how they will address that. And I also, Mr. Reyes, and you are a incredible individual. You want to chair Plum, which none of us can understand quite why. But you do it with such aplomb, and I think are one in which you listen to a lot of people and make a decision. But I think in this instance, as reviewing, and my staff and I have talked to every side, back and forth, looked at it from an environmental impact issue, primarily, because that is what is before us today. Have they done due diligence in addressing the issues that are important to a community, and to ensure, and particularly whether you are a hospital, a school, a housing development, it is important to make sure that those impacts are mitigated. And so for all that I have been talked to on both sides, I think there have been mitigation measures that have been done. And if there was something, an argument that could be made that said, here are all of the things that would be changed, additional measures that the department would recommend above and beyond what they're already offering, I've not heard that from the department, whether from planning staff, DOT staff, whatever staff that says, really we would see all these other things that need to be done to address those mitigations. And so I support the hospital, moving forward with the MND, and know that they will address and work with the community on any concerns that may arise as they're going forward to that, and hope that they're listening to that too as well. That if there's something that comes up was not considered, that kind of communication, which I think is critically important, and have in many of my districts, many issues in my district where the communication between the entity, in this instance the hospital, and the neighborhoods work together, not just when the MND goes forward or the EIR, but as the process goes forward and the construction and the impacts in those neighborhoods, that ask them to consider the impacts that affect, I think, probably both Mr. Smith and Mr. Alicon's district in that way. And so thank you for answering those questions and educating probably a lot of people on what the difference is between EIR and MND, because my community oftentimes says, well, there's been no environmental review if there's been an MND, and that is part of the process in which we can take action. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sister, you made a big impact on me. I'm a Catholic boy, and they used to call me Master William, And when I didn't get in line, the good sisters put me in line. So I have great respect for you. Some have seen me run around over there to talk to the big tall guy who's in the back of the room. I'd like to ask him to come on up to the mic. I think reasonable people, sister, with a little bit of prayer and a little guidance from the Holy Spirit, can work these things out. I happen to believe that you guys are doing the Lord's work with your hospital. I don't want to see patients in hallways. I want them in rooms. The fact that you're willing to expand a hospital when we're closing hospitals and emergency rooms is laudable. In fact, I think it's outrageous. Sister, I think it's outrageous that we, the richest country on earth, don't have health care for our people, and we have so many people suffering because of it. And I admire you and your leadership for doing it. But I asked the administrator to come up to the mic, and let me ask you this question. I don't understand why we can't do a 45-day period to work out these issues where reasonable people can get together and work things out. Why can't we do that?
We've spent 2 years having reasonable meetings with reasonable people. We've had over 75 community meetings. I've met with city council members on more than one occasion, in fact on many, and this issue of 45-day delay, or whatever the terminology would be, was brought to me yesterday at 5:30. I've communicated with our community board. These are community leaders who live in the district, who support this hospital. And after discernment, which includes those of the Sisters of Providence, we chose to stick by the city process. And that city process is the same process that the 10 other hospitals that have come before here for expansions in the San Fernando Valley have come forward to. So we see we're willing to meet, and we have met, and we're also willing to have the vote of today's council and abide by that.
Well, the reason I ask a question like that is guys like me who are only pitched on this by both sides in the last couple of days. Your CEO for the state sat with me, a delightful fellow, explained it. Yesterday, others came to me from the other side and spoke to me. And today is the real first robust discussion. Many of us who aren't from the Valley, but we're one city, and I think the Valley is as much the city as the other side. We're all together on this. And somebody, as Sister said, which I thought was the most poignant argument of all, is I don't want to see anybody die or suffer in any period of time, be it one day or whatever period. So my emotions are with that. But I just don't understand why we can't, as a community, take a 45-day period and work it out. And I wish you would consider that.
We have seriously considered that, and at the end of 45 days, that we truly believe we'll be where we are today, and we think we're in a position with a strong project in front of the City Council, fully supported by the Planning Commission and the local community, and so we see no reason for the delay. I appreciate the offer, but we choose to go forward with the process of the city. Thank you.
But whatever is going to be, okay. I'm making an effort to see if we can get people together. If we can't accomplish that, the one thing I do want to make sure you do, because you know the votes, and obviously you know there aren't enough votes here to undo, and there aren't 10 votes. No, we don't need to be a rocket scientist for this. I want it the greenest building in the world from a hospital perspective. I want it to meet all the environmental standards that we've set up as LEED certified. I want those kinds of things added to it. But you're not going to get my vote over that. I just want you to know. You might have gotten it in 45 days.
Well, we have committed to seek LEED certification. We have committed, and it's public knowledge, it is now on the record, to be the first LEED certified hospital in the state of California. We have committed to be only the 5th in the United States. That is our commitment. Holy Cross has met every commitment to that community since 1961. I have no intention of breaking that commitment.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Thank you, Council President. I think we all have memories of being taught by nuns. Mine was San Jose Dominican Sisters, Sacred Heart of Jesus. So I bow in reverence. But I also know that when I look at how this process has unfolded, and I hear a teacher from San Fernando talk about a community that should be heard, a process that talks about inclusivity, then that's where I start backing up, ask the councilman, do you feel you have that level of consensus building? The time wasn't offered because of the way the direction was given by Planning Commission. The testimony by our staff here, I admire, I support their professional input, but I also know that it was their discretion to go MMD when we could have gone EIR. Was there a fork on the road where that decision had to be made?
Generally, Councilman, we ask people on projects like this to do an expanded initial study, basically to prove that they don't need to do an environmental impact report. And in this particular case, all areas of impact and all were mitigated to the level of insignificance, and we went forward with the MND at that point. If we came up with anything that was not mitigated, and that's why we require full air quality, noise, traffic studies, if anything is not mitigated at that time, it's, you got to pay the fees and do your EIR.
Was the council office apprised of that decision? Were they involved in that decision at that point?
The planning commission, at the planning commission meeting, it was discussed that a expanded initial study would be done. The hospital volunteered to do it, and
but did the council office?
The council office was present at that point, and they didn't agree to it, but they were appraised of it by the commission, because at that time the commission, it was still in the jurisdiction of the commission.
So the commission and the planning staff chose one direction. The council office wanted the EIR at that point, and now he's fighting to have an EIR because of all the reasons he has in dealing with his stakeholders in the immediate area.
That is correct. He did raise those issues at the planning commission meeting.
Okay. Councilman Rosendahl speaks of the 10 votes, that the councilman doesn't have it. But colleagues, I'll tell you, I will continue to advocate and fight for our respective districts as elected officials, as you are, because my understanding and what I've seen in the past 7 years as chair is that you're the council members who understand what's happening in your district. I understand Councilmember Smith's assertion it's a regional issue, but it falls in jurisdiction of that district. And that is why I stand here in appealing to you to support the need for an EIR, and that is essentially based on all of the technical issues that need to be addressed by a wider margin, a larger focus that the council members should be shepherding based on his concerns and his priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Alarcon.
Members, this has obviously been a very trying issue on the entire community. This box, just to say it out front, is filled with 4,000 people who support an EIR. These are cards that were received from the community. You can review them yourselves. These are people from the Northeast San Fernando Valley who all support the expansion as I do, but all believe that they deserve an environmental impact report. I've been very touched by the conversation about the Sisters of Providence because I was educated by the Sisters of Providence. Sister Mary Aiden, Sister Wilfred, Sister Roseanne, mostly Sister Roseanne, who taught me about social injustice. It was during that time that the Ecumenical Council was taking place, and Pope John called on all Catholics to rise up to be active about the causes of social injustice. So it's ironic that I find myself in this position, Sister. You did a good job. The Sisters of Providence were very prominent in my decision to be an elected official, but more importantly, to become a social activist. That's why I have championed the causes of the poor, the causes of the infirmed, the causes of those people who have nobody else to speak for them, and that's why I am standing here today. This is an issue of environmental justice. The Northeast San Fernando Valley has been forced with projects upon it without complete opportunities to review and provide input on that process of community coming together to decide what is the best course of action for us. In fact, as I mentioned, I've been a long-time supporter of the EIR since 2005. If they had agreed to that, we wouldn't be having this discussion because they'd be in construction right now. I wish we were there today. I don't think 9 months to 1.5 years is too long to put off a project to ensure the quality and make sure that the community is feeling whole about this project. And so
I will ask our sergeants at arms.
It saddens me.
Hold on. If I could have order in the chambers and ask our sergeants at arms to please assist us. The council rules, we encourage folks to applaud for the points of view that they find, but if you could please refrain from booing and hissing and any of those negative remarks from the audience, or we'll ask the sergeants at arms to help us keep order. Thank you.
It saddens me on this issue because I truly do support the expansion. In terms of proximity to the hospital, my son and my grandfather are buried across the street. I know this hospital. My mother was there last month. And I love the hospital. It does a great job in the community, and I support that. My wife and I will decide whether or not to have our baby there. I'm not sure it's going to be based on this particular issue, but we'll have to make that decision in the next month or so. But let me say this. One of the reasons we talk about moving this project forward as quickly as possible, one of my greatest concerns is this project won't be resolved, this process won't be resolved with this decision. If in fact we choose not to accept the Planning Committee's report to overturn the Planning Commission's decision, I believe this matter will be thrust into the courts, and the courts will decide, and the courts will delay this project, and those jobs will not be had. I believe that if we work cooperatively, we will get this thing done faster through an EI process than if it gets stuck in the courts, like Sutter Hospital in Sacramento that I observed for 2 years, thrust into a court battle. This is a letter from the CARE Coalition stating that if we do move in that direction, they intend to sue. And with that, I would ask that we go into closed session to have a conversation with the city attorney to find out what the ramifications of that potential lawsuit would be.
Okay, we've had a motion to go in. I would, again, please remind folks.
Second the motion.
We have a second to go into closed session to consider. We would not clear the council chambers, just to be clear. We would go into the executive conference room behind to allow people to be here to go into closed session.
Point of information for the city attorney. Can we go into closed session to discuss a lawsuit that is not a lawsuit yet?
Yeah, Mr. City Attorney. It's a point of information, people.
Under Government Code Section 54956.9B3E, threatened litigation, the council can go into closed session based on this letter dated November 6th from the law firm of Weinberg, Roger, and Rosenfield, in which it states they were prepared as a last resort to file suit to set aside the city's approved mitigated negative declaration. So that would be grounds for going into closed session.
There's a very narrow definition on what we can discuss. And everything we do here, folks, everything we do every single day here is subject to lawsuit. I don't see whether this rises to a new level that this has got to be discussed in executive session. What's to be accomplished by it? We have a threat. If they sue, they sue. I mean, that's all there is to it.
Mr. Alarcon? Mr. Alarcon, are you doing clarification?
Do you want to respond?
It would be a limited discussion based on just the threatened litigation.
First of all, the merits of the issue could be discussed in closed session. The strategies that might come to pass could be discussed in closed session. Whether or not the city attorney can opine as to whether this meets the EIR requirement or not, or the, I should say, CEQA requirement for consideration or not. Those are kinds of things that could be discussed, but I don't have a perfect answer for you. What I'm suggesting is that before we make a decision, we get all the information we can get on this particular issue.
Okay, we have Ms. Gruhl on the queue on this, and then Mr. Rosendahl, and then Mr. Weiss. Ms. Gruhl?
My only question was there anything in the letter that we've received that could not be discussed in open session? Because the question...
Is that a question for?
And
Is that for the city attorney or Mr.
That is for the city attorney. Is there anything that the question that they, or the point that they have made that we cannot have staff answer in public session? Because I think we'd more... want to be transparent. But if you, Mr. Weiss, yes, I'll yield you my 2 minutes.
To what Ms. Gruhl just said, I happen to believe, and I think Mr. Rosendahl believes as well, that oftentimes when there is a lawsuit or a threat of a lawsuit, while there is an opportunity, an option under the law to retreat to a closed session for a confidential communication with one's attorney, it's not necessary. It's not always necessary. Here, if there were a lawsuit, the lawsuit would be about whether the city's environmental clearance process was adequate or not. And indeed, that discussion has in fact already occurred in open session at Plum yesterday and here in council. I haven't spoken yet today at all on the item. I've been listening very carefully to both sides, and I've been listening to the merits of both sides. If it is your wish as the council member of the district that we go to closed session, I won't fight you on that. But I do think Mr. Smith is correct that the only discussion that could be had in closed session would be very, very, very narrow, and it would not be proper in that closed session to get into all the other elements that we've heard. I'm not sure, as someone who has not spoken on this issue today, that it moves the debate forward, but I would leave that to you. I do think that if we did it, it would have to be very, very narrow, so that I'm not sure what the utility would be.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I just want to make one little point, and I'm with Mr. Smith on this. Let's leave it all in the sunshine. Let it all happen out here. This threat of litigation is always used all the time, and we never really get beyond it. And Richard, I love you to death on what your leadership is on this issue, but I do not believe we need to go into closed session. Thank you.
Okay. If we do not have unanimous support on going into closed session or not, we will take a vote on that. Is there an objection to going into closed session? Okay, so we'll take a vote. This is an 8-person vote to go into closed session. A yes vote is to go into closed session, and no vote is to not. Please open the roll. Sorry? Mr. City Attorney? Please open the roll. Again, a yes vote to go to closed session. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, we will go into closed session. Please, for the members of the public, you can stay here. We will excuse ourselves from the chambers rather than vice versa. Council members, if we could all go to executive chambers behind City Hall. Thank you. about to go back on live. We are now back in open session. If I could have everybody's attention and ask folks to wrap up their conversations, please. We are now back in open session on the item that is before us. Item number 6. We have considered some legal matters about pending litigation or possible pending litigation in closed session. We are now back in open session. We now have just Mr. Alarcon on the queue. Mr. Labange actually jumps ahead of him because it's his second time. So, Mr. Labange.
I just want to ask a question, Charlie. How long have you been here, Charlie?
21 years in the planning department.
21 years. So some things move fast when you require them, right? What are some of the fastest things you ever required in movement?
The Coliseum specific plan in a month.
A month. Right. Was Notre Dame playing there?
But that was highly greased.
Okay. Here's the question I want to ask.
I'm just glad we're not in closed session anymore.
Here's the question I want to ask. If there is an EIR required, who would we need to talk to say we want this move with dispatch and fairness for all? I just want to ask that question. Because my challenge here is I visualize it, and I did spend time on Rinaldi, and I did drive around. I have talked to people on both sides of the issue, but I understand there's a building being built there. And I also understand there's property behind there. And I also, although I don't know it to be true or not, the building line may prevent future street widening, which means access to another property. Now, all this comes out when there is a full discussion of an EIR. My question to you, who does the Los Angeles City Council, which I think unanimously supports the expansion of health care at this facility, who would they need to get to this table to say, we're going to work on this EIR and it's going to get done in 90 days, 100 days?
That would be the director of planning you'd have to talk to.
Okay, there's the director of planning. Then we should talk to the director of the planning, because I want to tell you, and there's only one person I got to talk to, sister. You got me real good, sister. But I believe, sister, that there should be an environmental impact based on the property and the building in the future. Because Rinaldi, don't clap. I'm in trouble enough, okay? But with that being said, I want a commitment, because I was amazed to see what happened at 9th and, 11th and Figueroa in a year. In a year, boom, there's a whole new city down there. And I think that's what we need to have, that same kind of intensity, Charlie, in the planning department to move forward with this so right things are done. What swayed me, members, is the doctor who stands over there who served this hospital. And I got emails from doctors who live in my district and no other doctors who told me I'm not, and they didn't tell me I'm not doing the right thing because I didn't make my mind up till I listened to everybody. That swayed me a lot, what he said. And so all I want to ask, Charlie, and all I want to say, members, if whatever happens when this vote is taken, and I don't know what the vote is on this matter here, I believe if there is a requirement for an EIR, that we should have our planning department like they have a business team. Doesn't the mayor's office have a business team? They should have a business team for hospitals and care facilities that works fairly but with speed when it comes to these type of facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, this has been a very fruitful discussion, I think, and I wouldn't want to take anybody's right to have their opinion away from them. I think this is one of those situations where we're hoping that our particular decision will be the fastest course to provide health services to this community. But we have differences of opinion, and that's born in the democracy that we are so proud of. And with that, I trust that you will make a decision that is founded in your heart as well as your mind, and will support the Planning Committee's recommendation to overturn the Planning Commission's decision for mitigated negative deck. And I therefore move that we accept the Planning Committee's report with the amendment that we, and I asked with the consultation of the chair of the Planning Committee, that we added a friendly amendment to ask the Planning Department to expedite the EI process to the full extent feasible. With that, I urge your aye vote.
Okay. We have the motion before us, colleagues. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Mr.
Clarity, to
Mr.
vote
Smith?
no is to vote against the committee
I'll explain
report.
what it is. The committee report has been moved. The committee report is to overturn the decision of the Planning Commission. So to vote yes is to uphold rejecting the Planning Commission report. In the simplest terms, a yes vote, if I can be as bold, is with the coalition opposed to moving forward the hospital right now. A no vote is with what the hospital has been asking. Okay, we are waiting for one more council member. Any other questions that people have? Yes, Ms. Berry?
What you just said, a no vote means?
Okay, a yes vote is to uphold the Plum Committee. A yes vote is to uphold the Plum Committee, which voted 2-0 to overturn the Planning Commission determination. Mr. Smith?
Simple terms for us regular folks that don't have road scholarships. A no vote lets the hospital go forward now. A yes vote says time out, do an EIR.
Yes, and I didn't want to put any time, because some people have argued time on both sides of this. What is a delay and what is not, so I've been trying to clear it. A yes vote is to uphold the Plum Committee. A no vote is to go against the Plum Committee and to go with the Planning Commission approval. Okay? Any other questions or considerations?
And, Mr. President, 10 votes are required.
Okay. And it will require 10 votes to overturn. Okay? Please open the roll. Okay? Everybody okay? Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 5 noes.
That does not pass, which means that the Planning Commission action holds and the project will go forward unless there's a vote on Friday. This needs 10 votes. It stays with us until it receives 10 votes or until it is received and filed, and there is an action by the council to do that. Are there any other motions? If not, this will be on the agenda on Friday. Okay, thank you. Next order of business, please. Thank you to all members of the public. We want to thank you for your patience, especially as we went into closed session, and thank you for your participation and involvement today. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 7, and that was called special by yourself.
Okay. Why don't we go to the next one while we're waiting
Then
on
that
somebody
was,
to switch
that
out
was
with me.
called special. The next 3.
Number 22, I'm sorry, we have a request for number 22 out of order from Mr. Rosendahl. Is there any objection, colleagues, to taking item number 22 out of order? And if we could ask folks, thank you very much again for attending. If we could ask you to please move your conversations outside. We appreciate very much your patience today and your consideration as we continue with our agenda. That will be the next item before us, Mr. Rosendahl, on item 22.
And, Mr. President, there also were cards on that item.
We also have cards on that, Mr. Rosendahl, if you'd like to hear
Thank
those.
you, Mr. President. I just want to set the stage a little bit for this as the audience is clearing out on the last issue that we just worked on. What you're about to hear from the public as well as from me is a basic civil rights issue. President Bill Clinton put in a piece of federal legislation when he became president called Don't Ask, Don't Tell. It basically said to gay people, go back into your closet and stay there with the door shut and don't let anybody know who you are, because if you do, we're throwing you out of the military. Just to let you know, since he put this bad policy in form, roughly 11,724 men and women in uniform were thrown out. And when Bill Clinton was our president, I might add, 6,716 servicemen and women were thrown out, and since George W. Bush has been president, 5,008. And you know, we went to war in Iraq on March 20th, 2003, and in that period of the Iraqi war, in just a 3-year period, they threw out 2,829 Americans who were committed to defending their country. And one of the most egregious realities, besides not giving men and women who are homosexual their basic rights, was in our war plan, we had 322 linguists, people who could speak the language of the Iraq situation. They could be translators. They could be engaged in helping the United States create its policy. They were thrown out. These are people who could speak those foreign languages, and they were considered unworthy to be in uniform. This policy is a disgrace to our great nation. It is a disgrace to every American that can hear what I'm saying. And we, the City of Los Angeles, must support the latest piece of legislation that says get rid of this terrible, discriminating policy. And I might say that our predecessors around this horseshoe in 1993, shortly after Bill Clinton's folly went forward, got up and said no to his policy. So we have a history among our previous colleagues to defend the basic civil rights of men and women who want to serve their great nation. With that as a backdrop, Mr. President, we do have some people here, some very honorably discharged soldiers, and I could say on a personal note to my colleagues, to tell you my story. I went in the 60s when us folks who didn't know who they were, and frankly I didn't know I was gay or not. The last thing I wanted to do was be gay, and so we were living in our closets with great fear, and I went in, and you know, today the young people realize that we are natural and normal, and it isn't a choice, it isn't a preference, it's an orientation. So our young men and women who now have role models in every form of life who happen to be gay. We don't wear it on our sleeves, just like heterosexuals aren't wearing their heterosexuality on their sleeves. We're just Americans. Well, in those days, I went in there in my closet, I kept to myself, I served my country, and I came out. But today, the young people aren't going to tolerate the closet because it's wrong to be in your closet. We need our basic civil rights. So the young people go in, and then they're thrown out. They're willing to serve their nation. So with your pleasure, Mr. President, I'd like you to call the folks who have put out cards and have been waiting patiently since 10 o'clock this morning to say a few words about this particular civil rights violation. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'd like to call forward the speakers. We're very pleased to have a colleague from the West Hollywood City Council here, Jeffrey Prang, who's the Mayor Pro Tem and Council Member from West Hollywood. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the Council. It's great to be here. I love these complex land use issues, and I'm glad I'm over here and not over there. But I want to thank Councilmember Rosendahl for bringing this issue forward. I'm pleased to be here to join with him in support of this resolution. This Council has been on record on issue after issue supporting members of the GLBT community, and I thank you for that. This policy, which was adopted under President Clinton, violates the spirit and the intent of our Constitution. It is the only law that I'm aware of that actually says it's okay to discriminate against somebody and deny them a job because of who you are, simply for being gay. People in the military and Senator Sam Nunn and other people said that the world would come to an end and that the military couldn't possibly fight a war if gay and lesbian people served in the military. But we all know that gays and lesbians have served in the military as long as there have been armies. In fact, Alexander the Great, a noted openly gay person, almost conquered the known world in ancient times. It is time that we put this issue behind us. More and more military high-ranking officials are coming out against it. It is time to put pressure on the Congress and on the President to discharge this dreadful discriminatory law which has no place in modern 21st century society. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Tom Carpenter is our next speaker. And after Mr. Carpenter will be Julianne Sohn.
My name is Tom Carpenter. I'm a resident here in Los Angeles. Excuse me. I'm a former Marine fighter pilot and a graduate of the United States Naval Academy. I differ with my good friend Councilman Rosendahl in one way. This law not only is an issue of civil rights, but it is an issue of national security. This body was very prescient in 1993 when you went against Don't Ask, Don't Tell. You saw the future and you knew that this policy would fail because it went against the core values of the military, requiring honor and integrity. It required people essentially to live a lie. Since 1993, as Mr. Rosendahl told you, we've had over 12,000 people thrown out of the services as a result of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. But that figure is not as significant as the number of people who chose not to re-enlist in the military, didn't stay on after their required time in the commissioned services, which is estimated as between 20 and 35,000. Add to that the Urban Institute has concluded that if Don't Ask, Don't Tell went as a national law, that there would be an additional 45,000 people in our armed services. It's a huge number of folks at a time in this country where our retention and recruitment efforts are falling flat on their face. Just look at what the Army has done. It is now letting 43-year-olds enlist. It has given waivers for felons. Those folks are able to serve their country when gays, lesbians, and bisexual cannot. And if that's not wrong, nothing is wrong. We've had the cost of this country in taxpayers' dollars of over $200 million just to retrain people in basic training. This does not include the high-quality people that we've lost: surgeons, pilots, intelligence people, operations people, so on and so forth. So I ask the Council to do what you did in 1993. Tell our Congress to move.
Thank you.
Let's get this law passed. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your comments today. Julianne Sohn is our next speaker. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Julianne Sohn. I am a former Marine Corps captain. I served in Iraq. And I've also had the great honor of serving the city as an LAPD officer. And the reason why I love serving the city so much is because they do something that the military doesn't, which is, regardless of your gender, your race, your creed, your religion, or your sexual orientation, you can serve and contribute in this city. Because we all are equals. Our diversity is what brings us strength to this city. And the military also has that. I mean, historically, the military draws from different walks of life. But in this particular case, the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy targets a specific group of people and says that, no, you are not equal. This is a fundamental civil rights issue. This is a fundamental military readiness issue. And I urge you to do the right thing and to vote to repeal the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy and to support the Military Enhancement Readiness Act. Thank you very much, and Semper Fidelis.
Thank you. Marty Rarick is our next speaker. And after Marty Rarick will be Tom Kinnair.
My name is Marty Rarick, and I'm a former military police in the U.S. Army, and I served before Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I was not straight, gay, or anything at that time. I didn't know what I was. I mean, I do know now, but I was brought in to have my rights read to me because some people were under investigation on a witch hunt. And that is a horrible thing when you've done nothing wrong, to have someone tell you that we want you to tell on other people so we can kick one officer out of the military. Pardon me. And this policy is a policy of convenience at the tune of close to $400 million. And it's the largest employer in our nation, and we allow them to fire 2 people a day based on who they love. That's all.
Thank you. Tom Conera is our next speaker. After that will be Roger Servik.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Conera. I graduated from the Air Force Academy in 1987, and I just retired this summer as a lieutenant colonel with 24 years in the Air Force. Although Don't Ask, Don't Tell was initially a step in the right direction, living under its directives long term was a real psychological stress. The most innocuous and innocent questions became career-threatening. Questions like, who'd you go to the movies with? What did you do this weekend? Wreaked havoc on my psyche. If someone asked if I was dating someone, I couldn't just say, sorry, don't ask, don't tell, I can't talk to you about it, because I'd be immediately under suspicion. As a result, the most credible option for many of us was to lie, to keep our identity secret. It was no different for me. Living under Don't Ask, Don't Tell was living a double life. I spent a career inventing the names of girlfriends and switching pronouns from he to she back at the squadron. By inventing the names of girls, my orientation was not suspect. Like 007 had a license to kill, Don't Ask, Don't Tell gave me a duty to lie. But over the long term, it was a real stress. I was vulnerable and potentially open to blackmail by anyone who knew my orientation. If a friend of mine ever got upset with me, he could easily call my commander and expose me. I had to, quote, walk on eggshells and worry that I never upset anyone lest they turn me in. Living under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, I also had to give up certain fundamental protections. I once had a friend where things went bad, and he ended up threatening me with violence. I couldn't call upon the protection of the police, as I knew this guy could imply my orientation in a police report, and it could jeopardize my career. Likewise, Don't Ask, Don't Tell deters military members from receiving the help and counsel from mental health professions. Any counselor of worth will always get into discussions about girls and relationships, and this is something we had to avoid. In conclusion, Don't Ask, Don't Tell forces military members into a double life. For me, those who knew us in the military didn't know I was gay, and those who knew I was gay didn't know I was in the military. If ever those two worlds crossed, my career would have been in jeopardy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Roger Servik is our next speaker. After Mr. Servik will be Brian Rivoli.
Good afternoon, council members. I was not a member of the armed services, but I did come of age, 18 years old, at the time of a military draft. And at 18, when I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life or who I really was, I was forced to make definite decisions about what would impact the rest of my life, which could have meant disgrace, could have meant ruin, could have meant hardship for my family and all my friends. I feel very strongly about this issue. I have ever since the late 1960s when I was faced with it, and I feel that silence would admit consent. And I'm asking you not to be silent at this time and to use every opportunity to voice your opposition to this unjust and uncalled for complete violation of our Constitution and our civil rights as we know it. Thank you very much.
Brian Rivoli is next. After that will be Sharon Jimenez. Is Mr. Rivoli here or Sharon Jimenez? Okay. That'll close the public testimony. Oh, Sharon, sorry. Good
Hello,
afternoon.
I'm Sharon Jimenez. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, and I am Senior Advisor for Kucinich for President 2008. At this moment, we would very much like to stand with Bill Rosendahl in asking all of the City Council to go on record to resolve on Motion 22 in favor of repealing the current Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy in the United States Armed Forces and replacing it with a policy of non-discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Congressman Kucinich is a co-sponsor of the bill. There are 136 co-sponsors in the Congress. It's a great time of courage in the United States Congress today, defending the Constitution. Yesterday, L.A. Congresswoman Maxine Waters joined Dennis Kucinich in calling for a debate on the impeachment of Dick Cheney. We believe that it's time to start listening to what the people want in this country, and the people want equal rights for all. We hope that one day this whole debate over gays and lesbians being equal and whether or not they can be discriminated against will be a thing of the past, and they'll no longer be marginalized and set aside because of who they love. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I did put the gay flag up there in pride for who we are, the way our nature is. And I want you to know, colleagues, that 136 members of the House of Representatives have signed on to this piece of legislation, and every representative from LA County has signed on for this piece of legislation. There isn't the full body enough. We do hear all the presidential Democrats at least saying, get rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, that it is discrimination. You know, the Israelis, and I am a strong supporter of Israel and its right of survival, they have a very vibrant military organization, and they have no Don't Ask, Don't Tell. You can go just across the pond a bit and get over to England, and you'll find the same thing, that their military is open to all to serve. And I say to my colleagues here, this is a basic civil rights issue. We deserve the same rights as any other American. You heard personal stories from comrades of mine who have been in the military, who clearly, like I feel, this is pure discrimination and must be stopped. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Labange is our next
Thank you.
speaker.
I stand with Mr. Rosendahl and stand with all of you. We should be like every NATO country is. We should have a policy that's equal for all. I vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. No further speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Next item, Madam President, item number 7, and that was called special by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And colleagues, I call this special. This passed through our Rules and Government Committee, and or Intergovernmental Relations, actually, before. And it's an important piece of legislation that I hope that we will support today. A few years ago, the City of Los Angeles established the largest system for making sure that what we buy here in the City of Los Angeles, whether it's a police uniform, whether it is the goods that we procure each and every day for our office spaces, are not done in a way that comes out of sweatshops and not done in a way that has slave-like conditions for laborers. That was something that was seen as very difficult for a city to do, and yet we were able to do it, and we've seen, as we suspected then, other cities adopt similar policies to have sweatshop-free goods here in the City of Los Angeles. This bill today, which is Congressman Dorgan's bill, it's bill number 367, and it's called the Decent Working Conditions and Fair Competition Act, would amend the Tariff Act of 1930, and it would prohibit the import, export, or sale of goods made in factories or workshops that violate core labor standards and prohibit the procurement of sweatshop goods by the U.S. government and for other purposes. I think we have shown, many people were worried that this would make our costs go up, that we are dependent on cheap labor for our uniforms and other things. We have shown that we've been able to survive economically and fiscally here in the city while at the same time doing what's right. And our sweat-free clothes, which is something that we are proud to wear in the City of Los Angeles, our sweat-free procurement, which is something we are proud to lead the way, has now led to cities around the world sharing standards about good factories and bad factories, good labor conditions and bad ones. And if we can get this at the national level for our federal government, I think that time has come. So I ask you for your support today, and thank you in advance. We will look forward to lobbying for this and seeing if we can generate momentum at the national level for approving what we've done here at the local level too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. No further speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item number 10, and that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Members, this is a motion to ask that we support H.R. 1852. Actually, I have three measures, items 10, 12, and 13, that are all regarding the foreclosure crisis. This particular item number 10 is related to support for H.R. 1852. As I said, what it would do is what that bill does is It provides support for legislation by Congresswoman Maxine Waters and Congressman Barney Frank expanding the Home Ownership Act of 2007, which will modernize the Federal Housing Authority by increasing loan limits on high-cost areas of the country like California, authorizing zero down or lower down payment FHA loans for homebuyers who could not otherwise make the down payment required under FHA rules, and that's specific to FHA, directing FHA to underwrite to borrowers with higher credit risk than FHA currently serves that are still creditworthy to take out a mortgage loan but are otherwise now being driven into the subprime loan market, which with much higher mortgage rates and those nasty adjustable rate mortgages, permanently eliminating the current statutory volume cap on FHA reverse mortgage loans to permit this program to meet the growing needs of home equity rich cash poor seniors. In other words, in California, we need to have all the caps lifted to meet the high cost of housing in California. I ask for your aye vote on this resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. No speakers on the queue. No. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item 12, and that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Mr. Alarcon.
Again, this item is related to the foreclosure crisis. This is directed at the state. It's a resolution to ask the state legislature and Governor Schwarzenegger to require all California pension funds to pursue the implementation of fair mortgage loan lending practices by any companies in which the funds are invested. We can't be invested in companies taking advantage of our citizens. It also calls on that all loan documents must be available in the language of the borrower's choice. It asks the state government and Attorney General to increase investigations and capacity for investigation to go after predatory lenders, and it asks the state should increase funds available to HUD certified nonprofit counseling agencies to do more outreach. These are, I think, reasonable measures, and I ask for your aye vote to support this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon.
Pardon me? Well, if you want to take item 13 at the same time, unless somebody asks to bifurcate, that's fine. The federal, this is related again to the foreclosure issue. We had separated the items related to H.R. 1852 because that's a specific piece of legislation, but it was previously included in the federal resolution, item 13, but we've separated the two issues. This item 13 asks that we ask the federal government to ban all prepayment penalties. It asks anyone who acts as an intermediary between lending institution and borrower, for example, a broker, should be licensed by the federal government. And it also asks the federal government to include California as a high-cost area similar to Alaska and Hawaii. Currently, the ceiling is $417,000. This would ask that it be at least $500,000. And finally, that the primary lender should not be released from liability just because they sold off the loan. They need to be held responsible for the terms that they've created. With that, I ask for your aye vote to support a resolution related to items 12 and 13.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. Madam Clerk, there are no speakers in the queue. Can we vote on those together, or should we vote on them?
Yes, Madam President, you can vote on them together.
All right, so if you want to open the roll on both items, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item 32, and that was called special by Councilmember Parks, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay. We have that item before us right now that was called special by Mr. Parks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Can I have the CAO and CLA come up to the chair?
Good afternoon, council members. I believe many of you are aware that this item had quite a complete hearing in Budget and Finance Committee on Monday, and so what I would like to do is try to summarize for you briefly the state of the city's finances at this point in time and the recommendations in our report, and then be ready to answer any questions you may have. With me today to assist are Maria Gutierrez, who is our FSR analyst, David Luther, who is the chief of our finance group, and also a number of CAO staff are here to answer any questions. The first thing I think you will notice that this is a fairly comprehensive report for so early in the fiscal year. And it is a bit unusual for us to provide year-end projections at this point. However, this is an extraordinarily difficult budget year, and we wanted to take the opportunity to give both the mayor and the council as much advance notice as possible of potential budget problems. We also wanted to respond to concerns expressed at the end of last fiscal year that the mayor and council were given insufficient time to change or modify recommendations contained in our year-end report to prioritize programs and respond to budget shortfalls. The real news in this report is that at this point in time, we are currently projecting, and I want to emphasize this is a projection, these are not realized, but we are projecting a year-end deficit of approximately $75 million. And with that deficit, we have already factored in the assumption that departments will absorb the 2007-2008 COLAs in our existing MOUs. You may recall that at the end of our budget deliberations last year, the monies for those COLAs were put in the unappropriated balance. We're now asking them to absorb them. The major components of the deficit are related to constant staffing for fire overtime of approximately $8 million, $8 million for GSD, and this is again mostly related to security in the Office of Public Safety, $13 million for sworn police overtime, $3 million for retroactive salary payments related to the fire department MOU, $2 million in DOT overtime, and $10 million for workers' compensation. Our initial report to Budget and Finance did recommend that approximately $45 million be set aside in the unappropriated balance reserved for economic uncertainties. And the source of the funds were basically the COLA money that had been set aside that I mentioned earlier, expense account contingency monies, and public safety contingencies. We're also recommending the implementation of a managed hiring process that we estimate will save approximately $5 million. And departments that have projected deficits have been asked to identify positions that can be held vacant that will not significantly impact public services or cripple key support functions. We plan to report back to council within 30 days on the positions that have been identified, including which programs those positions are affiliated with. So the council and the mayor will have an opportunity to decide if the priority positions that are being held vacant by the department are in sync with their own priorities. We also recommended in our initial report to Budget and Finance that the council take a temporary moratorium on special event fee waivers, except for waivers that could be funded by existing discretionary funds. And we have projected that this could generate as much as $5 million in savings. We are also recommending that departments halt execution of all discretionary contracts not critical to high priority services. And the Budget and Finance Committee recently approved a recommendation to transfer $9.5 million in receipts related to Figueroa Plaza operations to the reserve fund. So that will also help us in our cause. We've identified approximately $1.5 million in funds for various items in the unappropriated balance that we are reviewing. Again, we are reviewing for potential transfer to the reserve for economic uncertainties. And if all of these recommendations were approved, we would still have a projected deficit of approximately $10.5 million. Briefly on revenue. Receipts through September are nearly $31 million above plan, excluding a temporary balance in the interest income account, But we expect this positive variance to be erased in coming months as we see the impact of lower property tax receipts. The growth of property tax receipts will be lower than in prior years, and the impact on documentary transfer tax. Sales tax is also running about $2.4 million below plan, and interest income, while above plan at this point, is projected to be reduced because of falling interest rates and actually falling balance in the checking account. At this point, we'd like to open it up for any questions you might have on our recommendations. But again, I want to emphasize that we are in an extremely tight budget year. While we're on target for revenue at this point in time, we are anticipating that as the year unfolds, we will not be seeing additional revenues as we have in past years, and it will be very important to manage within our budget.
Thank you very much. Let me just ask, when you use the term managed hiring plan, could you explain what that means exactly?
I'll let David Luther of our office go through the procedure we're using.
David Luther from the CAO's office. The managed hiring plan basically started the mayor's office with the mayor's office asking departments to submit hiring plans for the fiscal year to make sure that they balance their budgets. Given the information that we released in the second FSR, the mayor's office asked departments to revise their hiring plans based on essentially the information contained in the FSR, and asked those departments with deficits basically to revise their hiring plans to address those deficits. The managed hiring process basically is going department by department. Our guide is attachment 4 of the FSR, which identifies projected shortfalls by departments. Generally, those departments that we are not projecting shortfalls are not subject to the managed hiring process. Those departments that have deficits are subject to the managed hiring process. And at this point, we have reviewed of the 41 departments. The CAO's office has made recommendations on addressing 29 departments. We're still working on 12 more departments. The process would be then essentially that the mayor's office would, if they concur with the CAO's recommendations, would instruct each department head as to what their managed hiring process would be. It's a flexible process. If we get updated information that a department can basically balance its budget, we would relook at the managed hiring plan, and the opposite is true as well. If the deficit increases, we'd want to again relook at the managed hiring plan and address the deficit. In general, smaller departments, I put it this way, this is a little bit different than a hiring freeze in that smaller departments aren't affected as much as larger departments. We give some flexibility to the ability of the department to actually balance their budget. We are focusing on the departments that have deficits, and we're asking them to basically do their share so that we don't get into the situation, if we can avoid it, where departments that have surpluses and manage their budgets are paying for other departments' budget problems.
Let me ask, a managed plan, as you mentioned, is basically altering the budget as approved by the council in the early part of this year.
The emphasis has been on this part of managed hiring plan. It's kind of hard to talk to you from behind the back, but the emphasis of the managed hiring plan really is to identify those positions that can be held vacant that will not impact key critical services or key functions in the city. I guess for lack of a better words, it's a soft approach. It's what basically working with the departments on an individual basis to come up with a way to balance their budgets that they basically would stand behind as well as us. The impacts, we are focusing on the impacts, the program impacts, and as Karen Assistant had said, we would report back to council in 30 days on all the impacts of holding specific positions vacant.
Okay, but what I want to get to is that if we go through this and you make these recommendations, we're basically altering the approved budget either by program or funded positions.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what we're saying is that in the approved budget, departments were authorized a certain level of hiring
That's
and
right.
certain positions. And yes, it is true that by asking departments to hold positions vacant in order to deal with budgetary deficits, that they will not be able to fulfill their full authorized plan. That's one of the reasons that in this managed hiring plan, we have asked them not to just identify positions. We've asked them to identify the programs those positions are identified with. You may recall last year during the end of the budget year, there was some concern that when we saw some deficits, we had to ask to sweep extra monies in departments, and that had some programmatic impacts that surprised both the mayor and the council in terms of programs not being completed. The idea of this plan is by identifying the programs up front and reporting back, the mayor and council have the opportunity to say, you know, we want the positions in this program filled. We'd rather have a different program impacted.
Yep.
So we are altering the plan, but we are also trying to provide flexibility for both the mayor and council to change department priorities if they have a collective desire to do so.
Yeah, and I think you touched on it when we had the budget hearings last year. It was a surprise to many council members that items that they had approved a year ago went undone without anybody's knowledge that the department altered their work plan and altered their priorities. Is that correct?
Well, I think to be fair to departments, I think they try to manage within their means, and they are dealing with a number of priorities. And so sometimes what is required is that they're moving positions to deal with those priorities. By having to sweep some of the dollars we did last year, they may have planned to get all of those priorities done. But by taking those monies, they really didn't have the complete staffing that they needed to do everything. So yes, I think they did end up changing some priorities because their resources were changed.
Yeah.
And by definition, when you change resources, you're going to change the ability to meet all of the priorities.
The point I was making, I think we had some instances where priority was changed before the sweep, and programs that we thought were going to be funded, we later found had not been completed even before the sweep. And so,
Right, I think there were about 2 or 3 instances of that I think we went into great detail.
So the real key on the managed hiring plan is to bring to the council the changes on personnel and programs that were funded for this fiscal year. That's the whole purpose of going through it now and getting the department's input.
That's correct.
Okay. The other issue, I just want to clarify, and often we don't pay a lot of attention to news reports, but let me ask you, from your management of the budget, what was your understanding of the city's use of the trash fee, and how was it going to be used as relates to the budget?
In the fiscal year 06-07 budget, the council did propose, and the mayor proposed, and the council agreed to increase the trash fee in multiple steps. The reason for that increase in the trash fee was really to offset the general fund subsidy. Right now, we do not have full cost recovery on trash, and so the decision was made to move toward full cost recovery of trash services. It was also policy direction as proposed by the mayor and again confirmed by the council that by reducing the subsidy to the trash fee collection, there would be more resources in the general fund, and those dollars that were freed up in the general fund that would then be directed to public safety. And I believe the council actually took a policy decision and passed a resolution to that effect at the time that fee increase was approved.
But the trash fee was never identified as a, quote, as people say, lockbox to hire police officers.
There would have been legal issues with a lockbox approach.
So it's illegal for us to raise a fee and then designate it.
That is, I would look to the city attorney to answer that question directly, but as a layperson, that was my understanding.
Okay. So as the money went into the general fund, just like the sales tax, just like property tax, transfer tax, all of our fees go in the general fund, and then we set priorities on how we spend the general fund.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you been able to distinguish from looking at all these fees and funds that go into the general fund, which is $4-point-something million, what particular fee or tax pays for any given thing in the general fund?
No, as a practice, we don't earmark dollars in the general fund. That said, we are cognizant of the priority again set by the council at the time the increase was adopted. There was also a council financial policy adopted that made public safety the top priority. But we do not track dollars by, we don't earmark dollars as they come into the general fund for a specific program. Dollars come into the general fund, and then the mayor proposes a budget as adopted by the council, and the dollars go out based on that adopted budget.
Okay. And then as we go through, and I'm sure you're familiar with the mayor's letter that was directed to myself as the chair, one item I'd like to talk with you about is dealing with the special events. And there was a proposal on your report that asked that we do a moratorium on fees.
Yes.
And what was the rationale for that?
Well, the rationale for that was basically that many of the department shortfalls that happen are the result of fee waivers where the dollars are not been reimbursed to the department. And so those are overages that they cannot control. It is our understanding that there are discretionary pots of money available to council members that could be used for some of the, particularly the neighborhood special events where we're not waiving huge dollar amounts. We've also had some subsequent conversations with Department of Transportation, and it's our understanding that in many cases some of the items that many of you were concerned about, for example, a block party, there's not really fees associated with that. Someone goes and delivers barriers and picks them up. There might be an insurance waiver or something done. But for the most part, these fee waivers could potentially be covered through discretionary accounts. The last report that was done on special event fee waivers, all-inclusive, was that fee waivers could amount to as much as $10 million a year. And what we have recommended is the temporary moratorium, which we believe will generate between $3 and $5 million a year. And we had recommended that, understanding there was a report pending, and that the report then would come forward and with the hope that we could agree on a policy. Obviously, that was amended at the Budget and Finance Committee to have the report done expeditiously, and depending on the report, implement that policy.
Okay. So it wasn't your position that we should do a moratorium without the policy and direction that is being worked on?
No, we had proposed putting the moratorium first and then having the policy come forward.
Okay. And let me ask, Lynn, would you explain, you've worked on the council's direction as it relates to the fee waiver or fee subsidy. What are some of the entanglements that you've run into as to trying to put together a policy as it relates to those issues?
Part of the difficulty has been that there are many competing issues, particularly with regard to the special events fee waivers or subsidies. What happened historically with the report that Ms. Sisson referred to, the 2003 report, was referred to, I believe, 4 different council committees, and each one basically adopted the recommendations but added more recommendations on. To give you an example of a complex issue that needs to be dealt with, had to do with farmers markets. They occur generally every week. Do you treat them the same as you would an event that is a one-time event? And do you waive for the whole year? And the outcome was that the committee making that suggestion suggested only 2 days of that event be waived in any one year. There's also the difficulty that some farmers markets are organized by a nonprofit, but many of the farmers and the other people who participate in the farmers market are profit-making organizations. And we also ran into the difficulty of trying to make this policy consistent with the development fee policy in the respect of having or proposing that these fees be waived by, or we could only subsidize 50% of it and the organizer would pay 50%.
and then having a pot of money in order to subsidize such fees.
Okay.
So there were a lot of different moving parts that needed to be dealt with.
Okay. And that issue was discussed in Budget and Finance recently?
It was discussed Monday, I believe.
Okay. And then let me ask, if we'd have gone through a moratorium immediately, would we have had an ability to address such issues as the Oscars or the Emmys or the MLK parade or anything that is already in the process as far as giving guidance to the community or to council offices?
That wasn't part of the recommendation, but I believe we could, through this policy process, make those accommodations.
I mean, but if we'd done the moratorium first, without policy, what would have been the direction to council offices, to the community?
We could not do it.
We could not have allowed the moratorium to proceed before the policy statement?
Yes.
Okay. And so the issue that we're looking at is that if, when we're finished, is to have the policy address the issue of farmers markets, large events in the city, mom and pop, annual neighborhood block parties. So it's a whole array of issues that we're addressing.
Yes, and in addition, we were also trying to streamline the process within the city and improve communication between departments that are involved in special events so that it would be better for everyone and we could do this a lot more efficiently and effectively.
Okay. Were we also trying to, because of some legal concerns, move from a waiver process to a subsidy process?
Yes, that's true. And we haven't had an opportunity to fully discuss some of those issues with the city attorney, who's unfortunately out of town at the moment. And before he left town, he did mention that he has some concerns about the applicability of some issues, and we need to discuss them.
Okay. And then let me ask, go back to Karen. On one item, I believe, or several items on your report, we included in the committee the CLA's involvement for a report back to the council, even if it's working with department heads or with the mayor's office. Do you view that as something that impinges on your ability to get your job done, that the CLA is involved in that dual process?
We've always had a good working relationship with the CLA's office, and I don't anticipate that being a burden. I would respectfully submit that we just want to make sure we have one process.
Yeah.
Because when general managers have to follow two processes, or either of our offices, whether it's CLA or CAO, have to monitor two processes, that is cumbersome,
Okay.
and that is probably not the best use of city resources.
But on the document today, on the committee report, are all of the issues that the CLA is involved with also inclusive of the CAO? Or have we given any direction to the CLA that deals with anything separately than including the CAO mayor's office or department heads?
Not that I can identify it. It seems that the committee report is fairly inclusive of making sure both the mayor's office and the CLA's office are included in our report back.
And having been at our committee meetings, has it been pretty clear that the committee is interested that the CLA carry the issues and priorities of the council so that our concerns are part of these management hiring programs and issues of making decisions about cuts in the budget, overtime, and things of that nature?
That's always been my understanding of the CLA's role.
Okay. So the other issue I'd like to talk to you about is the issue of the police hiring. There's been a lot of verbiage in print about where the number of 226 came from. What is your best understanding of where the number of net increase 226 came from?
If we could sort of hit rewind to the Budget and Finance Committee deliberations and the mayor's proposed budget. The mayor's proposed budget proposed hiring 780 officers in this budget year. It also made an assumption about attrition of officers in this budget year. With the assumption of attrition and the assumption of hiring 780 officers, a 226 officer net increase was what was budgeted for in terms of dollars. And so that's where that 226 comes from. It was actually, I believe, in the Blue Book that was published, and that was the dollar amount that was sized for sworn hiring this year.
Okay, so you received the Blue Book with a 226, the CLA received it, and we worked from there. If I understand it as the process, the only thing the council or the committee did was alter the hiring or stacking of the classes, not changing the numbers of hirees.
That's my recollection of the Budget and Finance hearings.
And the 780, was that ever viewed as a net increase within the department?
No, but it was the contemplated, when you look at how the budget was brought forward, it was contemplated that you would hire 780 new officers. Then you also had to have that attrition assumption to get to the net number.
For the general public, could you comment on what attrition is?
Attrition would be retirements. We have some officers in a special retirement category called drop. All of those, people may leave the department from time to time because they get other positions. So basically you've got new hires and then the number that are leaving to get to the net new number.
So it's been the history of the department of the city to hire only after people leave and create a vacancy.
I couldn't speak to that. I don't know if that's been the history of the city. I can speak to the fact that the budget was sized based on those assumptions.
Okay. And so if attrition is down, then the 780 becomes basically no longer the goal. The 226 still remains the goal, but the 780 is no longer the goal if attrition is down.
Well, I think the important thing from our perspective is that the dollars provided in the budget are for 226 net new officers.
That's right.
That's how the sworn hiring account was sized in the budget.
Yeah. But the issue is that there's some confusion about the 780. If attrition isn't at the 554, then the 780 becomes an unrealistic number.
There certainly are not dollars in the budget for
that. And if the other issue is just hypothetically, if we only had 100 people leave the department, what we'd expect to hire in this fiscal year would be roughly 326 people, with the 226 plus the attrition.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know the chair is pretty good at math.
Okay. And if we had 1,000 people leave the department, we would fill the attrition and we'd hire 226 net increase.
In terms of the math, you're absolutely right. I think one of the issues that confronts us, though, is that the budget is a plan and it is based on assumptions. And again, the assumption was that with total hiring of 780 and attrition of X, I can't do my math in the head as well as you, we come up with 226 net new officers. Now, as we look at where attrition is, that number is going to vary, and also, frankly, the pace at which the department hires is going to vary, depending on the number of candidates that make it through the background check, et cetera. But again, at the end of the day, and having read the articles myself and been party to some discussions, with all due respect, it's a little bit semantics. The dollars in the budget are for 226 net new officers, and we can get there any way we want, and we know it was based on assumptions, and we know assumptions and plans are just that. They're assumptions and plans. They're not perfect. But the dollars that were provided in the budget were sized at that amount, and that's the dilemma confronting us as we confront a $75 million hole.
Okay. And the other issue is that, so was it the council that set, quote, a cap of 226?
I don't think anyone conscientiously set a cap. The budget went forward with a proposed dollar amount in the sworn hiring account with the objective, again, I think everyone who approved the budget, proposed the budget, worked on the budget, expected 780 new hires, attrition at, whatever it takes to get to 226. The dollars are there for 226. It wasn't a cap. But that's what the plan is. The plan is to hire 226 officers.
If we have a plan to go beyond the 226, how would that normally occur?
Well, if we wanted to go beyond that, we would need to appropriate additional monies to the salary account to incorporate that growth.
Okay, it shouldn't happen unconsciously. It shouldn't just happen and all of a sudden we get a bill for it.
We would hope that that would be a conscious plan decision.
Okay. And so if attrition, anything under the 554 that is expected for this year to get to 780, then tell me if all of a sudden it drops to 400 and we want to hire another 154, does that happen automatically, or do we have to go to you and the mayor's office and say find the funds along with the city council?
Well, we definitely need to find the funding.
Okay.
We have to find the funding because those funds were not provided for in the budget at this point.
So anything under the current projected attrition, there's no funds in the budget?
They were not budgeted for.
Okay. Now, last year we had a circumstance in which a class or so was hired without funding, and what occurred with that?
Well, I believe at the end of the year we did have shortfalls that did require us to look into other parts of the budget where there were surpluses or unspent funds and then reallocate them.
And was that planned?
I don't think so.
Okay. Was that something that came to our attention before the hiring?
You know, I'll have to be honest, I don't really recall the events. I just recall that when we did come forward with our year-end report, we did have some overages that we had to cover.
Okay.
We looked at surpluses in other departments, and again, not just police, other departments as well. And this is what we typically do. We look as we're projecting forward and we see where we're going to have deficits, and then we look to departments with surpluses and we use surpluses to plug deficits. And that definitely happened last year, but not only with the police budget, in other budgets as well.
But do you remember what the amount was?
I don't. I'll look at Mr. Luther or Mr. Serrana to see if they remember.
Okay. But let me ask you, what happens to other city departments when you go through the sweeping motion because a department may not stay within its budget?
Just what happens with most people when they have to rob Peter to pay Paul, which is that when we have deficits in certain departments and we do not have additional revenue that we can book to the budget. And I think that's one thing that is making this budget year very difficult. Historically, we have been able to tap excess revenue that has come in. We had over the last few years historic growth in property tax, documentary transfer tax. The budget was done on a conservative basis, and we could just identify new revenue and then put those money to cover deficits. Unfortunately, last year, and it would be a similar situation this year, we will have to take surpluses from those departments that haven't spent their full appropriation to cover deficits. What that means for those departments is a reduction in program, because they do not have the resources that they contemplated having.
So what you refer to are surpluses are really allocated funds for programs that were directed by the council that they haven't gotten to.
Well, that's correct in that their initial appropriations. Yes, they were appropriated certain monies to do certain things. Okay. And then if they haven't accomplished those things yet, or if, I think it's important to note that some departments end up doing things for less. So they actually are surpluses because they've managed well within their budget. But yes, those excess monies in those departments, they need to be taken to cover deficits and others.
So if they've accomplished it at less cost, those are surpluses. But if they're funds that were allocated for a specific purpose that we sweep, those aren't necessarily surpluses. We're actually cutting programs.
We are.
Okay. And so when Bill Robertson comes and says you funded 200 streets of 200 miles of street servicing, and we take his money and it's down to 190, those are the kind of things that occurs, or left turn signals that are funded that we can't get to, or hours at libraries or books at libraries. Those are the kinds of things, if unallocated, often get swept in order to meet our needs as a larger city.
It's both. It is the program impacts you discussed, which are real reductions in service levels, but it is also sometimes a department has every intention of getting a program underway or getting a project done, and because of delays either in the contracting process or the RFP process, they just don't get to that point. So they do have excess monies that they can donate. But for the most part, you're right. In fact, that was one of the items last year that I recall we had a very robust discussion about, was the left-hand turn signals and several other things when we had to sweep funds in the FSR.
And the reason it was robust is that no one knew that they had been canceled until they had been canceled.
That's correct. And that's why we're trying to correct this year by coming to you early asking departments to identify the positions by program, so that there's a very transparent process for which reductions are being made and which programs are being affected.
And that's 6 minutes, Mr. Parks.
Can I have one other question?
Last question.
I'll be through. Let me ask my final question. You've looked at the police department budget very thoroughly, and you have some idea of what some of the accounts reflect. Do they currently have sufficient funds in their budget to go over, to pay for anything over the 226 that it has been budgeted for?
Well, we're currently showing a projection of the police department being $16 million over budget. That includes all of their accounts.
Okay, so if anything over 226, it would come from the general fund.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Weiss is our next speaker. After that will be Ms. Gruhl, Rosendahl, Labange.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I first want to thank Mr. Parks. He is and always has been our budget hawk, and that is why he presents the issues in this way. And I appreciate that, and I want to thank him for that. I will say, though, colleagues, I've gone through the Budget and Finance Committee report, and I cannot vote for this report. This report ties our hands when it comes to hiring new police officers in this city. This report ties our hands when it comes to allowing the police officers who already work for this city to work overtime, to work those extra hours on patrol that keep our city safe. And so in a few moments, I'm going to move to delete those parts of this report that we should not support as a council. I'd like to ask Deputy Chief Papa and the Mayor's Budget Director if they could come forward, please, and if you could hold my time. Please. Thank you.
As soon as you ask a question, traditionally, we hold the time, so
No,
go ahead.
you got there.
You're still speaking.
Health and Aging Committee will be postponed till a further announcement.
Okay. Yes.
And Deputy
Ms. Gruhl?
Chief Moore, if you'd like to
Hold on
come
one
forward
second,
as
Mr.
well.
Weiss. Just,
Hold
Mr. Weiss, hold on one second.
Mr. Weiss?
Ms. Gruhl?
Transportation is supposed to meet at 3. Audits was supposed to meet at 2. So we are now, at least temporarily, 3:30 will be when the Transportation Committee will begin.
Okay, and I know audits is scheduled to begin as soon as City Council finishes its meeting. Mr. Weiss.
First, I'd like to ask you to respond generally to the statements that have been made so far about the police department's hiring goals, about hiring 226 new officers, and about the department's overtime policies.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the main thing that jumped out at me is the extra class last year was funded entirely out of salary savings in our own budget. We did not take it from other places. We were able to pay for that out of our budget. I verified that with my budget staff before I walked up here. So the cap at 226 obviously is a policy decision for this board and our mayor, but our direction has been the 780 hiring plan. We cannot keep starting and stopping. We want, at this point, it won't be an issue, obviously, until we get later on into the year, probably the last quarter, before we will know whether we would be exceeding that number anyway. So we would approach it the same way we do now. We have an adopted hiring plan. We're moving forward with that hiring plan, and we can't keep second-guessing what the number is going to be.
Mayor's office.
Sally Choi, Deputy Mayor of Finance and Performance Management. As Chief Papa indicated, the budget includes funding for hiring 780 new officers. In that assumption is what we assume will be in attrition, which will give us an estimate about 226 net officers. That is an estimate, but the mayor feels very strongly about continuing with what the hiring plan is, which is 780 this year, and which was adopted by the council. What we are managing against is the budgeted dollars. We are within budget as of now, following the adopted hiring plan of 780. It may net additional officers over the 226, but we are still projecting that we will have a surplus at the end of the year. What we do is look at the hiring and the attrition every pay period. The attrition numbers lag behind the hiring numbers, so there's always a delay of what the attrition numbers look like. But at this point, there's no fiscal reason to slow down hiring or put any type of limit in terms of net officers or the number of new officers. We are committed to hiring the 780 that's been adopted.
Chief Moore, anything that you want to add?
Well, just that as to the overtime usage of the department, as we discussed in front of Budget and Finance on Monday, the department proposed a budget that structured our overtime usage in line with what our usage was in fiscal 06 and 07. The overtime usage by the department is such that it's not overtime that staffs pre-deployed units. It actually is overtime in response to crimes, to unusual instances, to homicides. As an example that was given on Monday, we had a woman in North Hollywood area her home was invaded. The assailant stabbed her some 9+ times. She was fortunate to survive. The suspect fled. In years past, we would not have responded. I was notified immediately after that, and we responded detectives and investigative resources that worked through the day, into the night, and through Monday. At the 10 o'clock meeting on Monday, I reported a suspect had been identified, and at 2 o'clock that afternoon, that suspect was arrested. The use of overtime in LAPD is for those type of offenses, and I don't mean to dramatize it, but I want to correct the misperception that may occur, which is that we're deploying overtime with tens or hundreds of officers on details just to patrol the city. The vast majority of overtime used by this department, in addition to the court obligation, is for officers to work beyond their scheduled end of watch to complete reports, to further investigations targeting suspects who have committed violent offenses. The department's results with that has been year after year of steady and substantial crime decreases. We stand this year with an additional 4% crime decrease, which is 2,000 fewer victims of violent crime. The department clearly recognizes that our overtime obligation is that there is a budget, that there is constraints, and the department is very thankful to this council and to this mayor for the support that it has provided for public safety and for this department. We are working to impact our overtime obligations with court processes. The obligation of going to court or being placed on call is a substantial one with the department, costing us hundreds of thousands of hours of overtime. We are working to improve those processes, to reduce the number of officers on call, to reduce the obligation of appearing in court. Those processes extend to the district attorney's office, extend to the city attorney's office, and our internal processes. And then finally, we're also working on our efforts to reduce our operational overtime obligations with detectives and uniform officers. But to be candid, our ability to reduce it 10, 20, 30,000 hours over the overall overtime usage is something we're certainly striving to achieve. But to reduce it to the scale of hundreds of thousands of hours will materially change the way in which we respond to violent crime in this city.
Would it affect public safety in this city?
In my view, and in the view of the Chief of Police and Chief Papa and all senior staff officers, we believe it would definitely.
Councilman, if I may just add, Chief Moore jumped right into the overtime piece. I did want to put it in perspective that we have been budgeted at 1.2 million hours of overtime since 1994. That baseline was established in 1994. We have not been meeting that. We have been exceeding it. We have been looking at our trends. As you know, we have achieved double-digit crime reductions in the city. Our homicides rate is at a very, very all-time low. We're proud of that. Putting cops on the dots, as you've heard our chief say numerous times, the whole point of CompStat is putting the cops where they're needed. That costs money for us to do. We had requested 1.5 million hours based on our trends and our historical usage. That was not granted due to other budget constraints. We recognize that. We are tracking right at that expenditure right now. So we are doing what we can. We focused on this issue. We're committed to reducing it. We will do what we can to reduce it further between now and the end of the year. But I have to echo what Chief Moore is saying. To come up with a plan that eliminates it will jeopardize public safety.
The paragraphs in the report that concern me are paragraphs 11, 13, and 14. I'd like to ask you each to look at them and offer any comments that you have.
Well, I think paragraph 11 on the hiring, we have an adopted hiring plan. We're moving forward with that adopted hiring plan. We're going to continue to do that. We cannot keep starting and stopping. We look at it every pay period, as you heard from the budget director. We've been very judicious with this. So obviously I disagree with limiting us at this point. Same thing with the overtime issue. As I just stated, the odds of us being able to come up with a plan that will eliminate that $8 million without impacting the crime rate in the city, we don't believe is a prudent thing to do. And then number 14, which talks about moving the money into the UB, it takes our ability to spend the money as we need it with new stations coming online, the taser purchases, which is a risk management issue, and some of the consent decree money is contained there. So we would like the ability to control that.
Conceivably, we could see vacancies in new stations as a result of an instruction like 14.
Correct.
Mayor's office, anything you want to add?
With respect to item number 11, again, I echo Chief Papa's remarks that we have an adopted hiring plan, and the mayor would like to continue on that adopted hiring plan. We will be monitoring it throughout the year. If there needs to be any adjustments later in the fiscal year, that is something that we can look at. However, we believe it's too early in the fiscal year. We're only about 2-3 months into the fiscal year to make any adjustments to the hiring plan, especially when we are projecting a salary surplus in the overall sworn salaries.
Okay. Colleagues, my motion is to delete item 11 from the report, to delete the LAPD and the fire department from paragraph 13 of the report, and to delete the LAPD from item 14 of the report for the reasons just explained by the department and the mayor's office. Look, in my view, if the city hires at or more than 226 net new officers, that is not a failure. That is a success. That's a good thing. In my view, if the police department is populating this city with officers who are working overtime, chasing the sort of violent crimes that Chief Moore mentioned, that is not a bad thing. That is a good thing. If the police department is not at the number that has been set in overtime so far, we have only ourselves to blame, because the police department told everyone in the city before the budget process began how many hours they would need. They were then budgeted fewer, and now they're being told that they failed. They haven't failed. They're working hard, trying to keep us safe. And by the way, when you hire new cops, as I hope we will continue to hire, and as I hope we will not be handcuffing ourselves, those new cops, in turn, will incur new overtime costs as well. That is a good thing. So I would make that motion, and I hope for my colleagues to join me in that.
Is there a second on that?
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think we're getting a little off the in these numbers. Is it 780? Is it 226? Is it 554? The bottom line is we budgeted for 780 new officers based on attrition, and if you do your estimates on attrition, it gets to 226. In fact, it could be greater than 226 that you're hiring there. It could be less than that. But what we're operating under, Mr. Weiss, is the 85 million, sorry. 885 million. 885 million. So I agree with you. If we can hire more officers, we should do that. And in fact, maybe we'll go over that 885 million, but we need to say we're about ready to go over that $885 million. So I think instead of including a number that says a net increase of 226, which is an arbitrary number in that way, that you look at, because you've indicated, Ms. Choi, that there's a surplus in that hiring, right? Okay. Correct. And home, can you just answer? So if we said to the police department, you have $885 million to hire new officer, or your hiring plan within how many officers you have and how many you're going to hire, and you stay within that, and then you come back to us if you have more than that.
Right, because there are many different factors that affect these numbers. It's the vacation payout, it's the sick leave payout, which are impacted by attrition and retirements. So there are numerous factors that are in play, and those are all things that we are monitoring. So as attrition numbers change, we look at, okay, where are the adjustments that need to be made, but we need to have that flexibility to monitor it throughout the year and not put any type of number limitation on that. But
Other
with
than the budget.
Other than the budgeted funds, right. If it looks like we're going to exceed something, then we work with the council in terms of what kind of policy decision we want to make in addressing that issue. In addition, we're also the mayor wants to work with the council in addressing the other budget challenges that we see in this budget. This is one factor, but with overtime, we're working very closely with PD to address those shortfalls. So we don't want to jeopardize any police hiring at the expense of, or jeopardize this police hiring to address the other shortfalls. That is the top priority of the mayor and I believe of the city council.
I'm looking to Ms. Sisson.
Yeah, Ms. Gruhl, if I may, I just want to be clear about what we reported earlier.
Could you get a little closer to the microphone? Or bring it closer, thanks.
Okay. I just want to be clear with what was reported earlier in our report. The $16 million we are projecting the police department to be over in their total budget, I'm not looking at particular accounts, already took into account the surplus in the sworn salary account right now. So if we use all the monies in the sworn salary account in other ways, that projected deficit will be larger. And while it is definitely true there is a surplus right now of approximately $5.7 million in the sworn account, there are overages in others. And as you know...
But if our top priority is hiring officers.
And that's fine. I just want to be clear that would move the projected deficit from the $16 million to approximately 21 if we were going to use all those dollars in the sworn salary account. I just think it's important, as everyone has noted, we are in a tough budget year. We do have many challenges. LAPD is one challenge, but this is ultimately throughout the year going to be a discussion of priorities, and it's all about priorities, and I just want to make sure we're clear on what the dollar amounts are.
And our financial policy, which we adopted, the lockbox, whatever we want to call, we included in there, which was
public safety.
Public safety was the number one.
priority.
Okay, just want to. Do you want to add before I ask another question?
Well, the only thing, and you're right, it is about where are we at further down the road. It was good to hear what that surplus, where it's going to disappear to, because one of the things that we're expected to absorb is the cost of living increases in the civilian accounts, which probably could wipe out that surplus, which would impact. So that's another thing that, we're being asked to absorb, and it's difficult to absorb something like that.
Had the CAO indicated to you that they were taking your surplus hiring to go balance the budget?
I think it's too early in the fiscal year to know what's going to be used for what.
She just said that we were planning on taking it.
Well, what we said is that when we projected deficits, and we did this in every department, we didn't pick on PD. As you know, each department has a plethora of budget accounts, and some are in surplus at this point in year, and some are in deficit. If you look at attachment 4, and we show departments in deficit, we have taken the surpluses and netted against the deficits within their department to say, right now, given the spend rates in these accounts, this is what we're projecting for an overall department deficit or surplus. And so it wasn't that we've already moved those savings. That's 5.7 is still in that sworn salary account. But when we look at the budget
holistically... Have you taken the money before from that? You've taken money from the salaries account before?
I don't think so. Have we? Last year we had a surplus. Yeah, last year we did to help balance the budget at the end of the year. But again, we look at the budget holistically. What we've come forward to you here today is a $75 million problem in the entire budget. Our recommendations are based on filling that $75 million hole. But when we look at the police department itself, we're talking about the 5.7 as if it's extra money. And I don't think it's really extra money in the sense of holistically of the whole budget.
I agree with the CAO. The point that we're trying to make is that the $75 million projected deficit assumes the adopted hiring plan of police officers, which means there's no need to make any adjustments to the hiring. So that's already taken into account. So what the mayor wants us to make sure that we follow and do not slow down on police hiring at all.
Okay, sorry for you're saying you agree, but she's saying we're taking your money, so I'm not sure.
No, what I'm saying is that the focus is not on the dollars. It's whether there's a surplus and where that money is used. The point is that in her assumptions, it assumed hiring the full 780 officers, and it assumed the current actual attrition plus the projected attrition for the remainder of the year. So it actually projects over 226 net officers. And so my point is, all of that has already been taken into account, so there's no need to make any adjustment this early in the fiscal year to the police hiring.
Okay. And Ms. Sisson, would you want to respond to that? Because you're recommending we do adjust.
No, actually, the Budget and Finance Committee report recommends that we
So,
adjust.
I'm sorry, I was gone that 1 hour, unfortunately,
Yes,
that the police was discussed. So.
If you look at our financial status report, we made no recommendation with regard to police hiring.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, because again, I was gone that hour period. So I think, colleagues, the issue is really about, is it too early to say we're going to adjust those without knowing all of that, but is it prudent to ensure we're watching it because the figures are not going the exact way? And if, in fact, we are as lucky as we think we may be, which is we're having more people stay and less people leave, then that may be a good thing, and we find money and make choices at that time. The question is, when is it that what we will know? Because we need to, in the academy, there are several where's the time period? And I think none of us want to say, slow it down at this point. I don't think that was, from my conversations with Mr. Smith, because I was not there during that hour period of time, that was not the message being sent. So I think it is really related to how much money do we have in the budget and not to exceed that versus how many officers, because that will change from month to month and week to week. The other question I have really quick, because my time seems to be going very quickly here, which is in the police overtime. Sharon, you mentioned to me in a meeting we had, which was you've always requested $1.5 million. Is that correct?
We requested that last year because everyone was pushing us to state what a real number would be, and at that point we were tracking. We thought 1.5 would be a better number than a 1.2 that we have not been able to meet for quite a few years now.
And that was proposed you proposed that to the mayor?
Correct. It was during the budget discussions, yes.
Okay. And you've said over the past few years it actually has been 1.5 million.
Last year we tracked that, and right now that's about where we're at right now. Our expenditure rates right now would put us at about that level, yes.
Okay. So I think, and I'm not sure I understand Mr. Weiss's question on item 14, so I'll have to come back to that. But I think on item 13, as you look at, we've been talking about, and I think it's been in your committee, Mr. Weiss, as well as in Budget and Finance, about overtime, and have this discussion about how do we deal with overtime, and you're looking at court issues, I know the mayor is and others, and looking at how we look at overtime spending is a good question to ask. Whether or not it says we can eliminate all of it, that may be where the language issue is, that it's going to be eliminated totally. And so I'd like to see where we might be able to amend that as well. And secondly, on the item number 11, ensuring, because everything you read in the paper says we're not going to hire as many we're going to stop the spending. What we would do is spend within the budget we have, and if we want to go greater than that, if we're successful, then we come back and say we're really successful at what we're doing and keeping people here and hiring new officers. Here's how much that's going to be. Let's find the money in the budget. Not limiting us in the future as how to do that. And so maybe I'm going to challenge you all while although my clock isn't going anymore here.
Yeah,
so.
we've expired.
Oh, gosh, I didn't see that here.
It's about a minute past.
See if, just to challenge the mayor's office and the CAO's office to, rather than eliminating those items totally, how we might amend them to address the concerns that have been raised.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Labange.
No question, everyone who serves in the City of Los Angeles supports the Los Angeles Police Department's effort to serve the public. But I always like to flash forward, Karen. What if we were in the, Nabisco or a boardroom or something right now, and they were high on budget and baking or not selling or whatever, and they say we're this far out? How soon do they make a change to stop it? This is the challenge that we have, because it's been an unusual year. In my district with factors, benefited greatly by police and fire services to stop the wildfire in Griffith Park. How do we know when is the time to put the tourniquet on?
Well, clearly the earlier actions are taken that reduce spending, the more we can save money, and we can be sure we make it within budget. However, historically, the sort of critical hour is when we come with our mid-year report, which usually comes in January or early February. because it takes time for an organization the size of the City of Los Angeles to implement recommendations and for us to see results of those recommendations. This year, because of the issues that we encountered last year, we've tried to come early to alert the council and the mayor to the financial problems that we're facing. And we've made recommendations that we think could eliminate all but $10 million of those problems. Our recommendations are somewhat different from those contained in the Budget and Finance Committee report. We believe if our recommendations were followed, that we could come within $10 million of the projected deficit. But to answer your question, it's hard to know exactly when you have to pull the trigger, but we certainly would think that you would need to take any serious actions no later than our mid-year report, which comes in the January-February timeframe.
Well, with all the, and I do read the newspapers, and they say, and I see these directives, etc. What are managers doing right now? Our general managers, our bureau chiefs, how are they holding it down?
Well, most of them are holding it down.
Hold my time, if you would, Madam Clerk.
Most of them are holding their budgets down by not hiring. They're not filling vacancies. As vacancies become available, they're looking at what their salary accounts are, and they've been instructed to manage within their budget and their salary accounts. They've also been asked to absorb the cost of living adjustments for all of our employees. And so that may mean that whereas they maybe could have filled 2 of their 3 vacancies, now they might just fill 1 because they know they have to absorb both the cost of living and the deficits within their department. So they're mostly managing through people.
Well, what would happen if what in your report, in the committee report, and this is the truth, what would happen to the police department? What would happen to the police department if they said, we don't have the money? If we don't have the money, what can you do? How creative would you be, Chief? Yeah. Chief Papa, Chief Moore, either one.
1.3 and 1.5. Okay. The overtime account within LAPD is structured into a number of sub-accounts. These are activities that we track as to what costs us monies or hours worked. As the 1.55 million hours that were used last year, to give you a scale here, for court and just for court purposes alone, 400,000 hours. Now, the court is not a matter of us as a department soliciting. It's us responding. It's part of the judicial system, as you know. We're subpoenaed to court, which it's part of the arrests. As arrests have increased, as prosecutions have increased.
Got that. So 400,000 is that.
You have gang activities. It's been a focus on our officers working gang details. And so maybe when we look at that and say, well, how much of the overtime is that? This last year it was 40,000 hours. So out of 1.5 million, we spent about 40,000 hours on added gang, extended watch on gang activities.
Okay.
Where the big dollars is our extended watch for detectives and uniformed patrol officers in 2 means. One, in uniformed patrols, follow-up activities following arrests, holding crime scenes, SWAT barricaded suspect call-outs, categorical use of force investigations, holding those scenes while the investigations are done, holding those officers 10 or 12 hours while the obligations of the consent decree are met as to interviewing them the day of the event. So in looking at that, last year, 262,000 hours were just in those patrol operations. And in detective operations, you can see 122,000. The response that I had on Sunday, as an example, involved both patrol operations and involved detective operations. When you ask to scale that down, back down to 1.3 million, those 2 items, those 2 buckets, the patrol operation and detective operations, is where we'll have to do this. When I get the call on Sunday morning and that woman was attacked, the question will be, does she die? If she died, detectives will roll. If she does not die, detectives will not roll. We make those decisions today.
Let me ask you a question, though. Why don't we have detectives working on Sunday who regularly, why don't we have them working on night when some of the crime is? This is what the public says to me. on that? Why aren't they working when the hours are? The city of Los Angeles, all of us should work when the hours are. And I don't know if statistically, if you ever looked at the overall, when the most amount of crime is.
Yes.
So you do the staffing, you deploy in that aspect.
We have, and we do all of that, Councilman.
Right.
The detectives that respond to those events, we have them work a shift that is best utilization of their resources. The criminal justice system that they partner with does not work Saturdays and Sundays. So if we have detectives working regularly on that Sunday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, which is working, they're not working cases, they're not dealing with a criminal justice system that they have to deal with on Monday, that they have to go to court on Monday, Tuesday,
But is there
Wednesday.
anywhere in looking at the whole 20 divisions, right? We got 2019 now. Is there anyone that peaks like, you know, and outside, if I go back to Nabisco, let me just say this. There's probably a manager in Nabisco, and I don't even know if Nabisco is still in business, but there's probably a manager somewhere in their firm who's real tough and get that. Is there any...
We ComStat this. This is a matter of, we look at night watch detectives. Night watch detectives were expanded in the last 5 years. Night watch detectives are dedicated detectives that work each evening across the entire city, but they do go home. They go home usually at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because historically we do not have a level of violence or scenes for them to respond to. We do optimize the utilization of our detectives. We optimize the utilization of our patrol resources. We fashion patrol resources to work during the high peak times and days of the week in which calls for service and crimes are occurring. Our gang details work during the hours and time which gang activity is most prominently and most active. But we cannot predict crime for every instance. If we could probably enhance the utilization even more. And what fills the gap is that when you start, when a crime occurs, you have to, and you're approaching the 10th or 11th hour, is that resource has to be paid overtime to complete that function, to complete the arrest, complete the crime scene investigation, or we call someone else from home. So what your base question was, what would happen if you pulled back 200,000 hours? We would stop responding, we would shut off investigations. But let me add that supposes that we don't do that today. And I will tell you in the San Fernando Valley that there are a number of criminal investigations that detectives go home from that they could continue the trail. We don't have the resources, and I recognize as part of the city department and as part of this larger city, the city does not have the resources to pay for the amount of work that I have as a bureau chief for my men and women and the work that they're doing. So we do attempt to manage this, and I believe that our men and women as individuals are attempting to manage it, but we also have to say in caution that if there are not monies to pay for these matters, we will pull back. But it's not a matter of pulling back from a scheduled patrol. It's a matter of pulling back from an investigation.
Okay, because I think that's what Karen is saying, that there may be a train wreck coming. Correct, Karen?
Well, I hope it's not a train wreck.
Right,
but yes,
figuratively.
we have
an economic earthquake. So we got to look at that. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief Moore. Right. Chief Papa, did you want to say anything, or did Chief Moore cover everything?
No, the only thing I will emphasize is the reason we have operations sitting side by side with administration. Oftentimes the perception is we make promises on the administrative side that aren't being carried out on the operations side, and we have made sure that everyone in operations understands the magnitude of this problem. They're sitting side by side with us, they're ComStatting it, they're monitoring it, because I can promise you whatever, if operations isn't on board delivering, we have an issue. So this has been permeating the department, which is part of the reason why we asked Chief Moore. He's one of several of our deputy chiefs that you're used to seeing, and they are all being scrutinized to this level on overtime.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Cardenas?
I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but Sally Choi, you said something that caught my attention. You said that even if the department goes over the 226 net, that you will still stay within the budget. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what our current projections show.
Hold on a second. Okay. I need you to walk me through how you get there, because the CAO report shows A net year-end deficit of approximately $12.55 million is projected due to the shortfalls in various accounts. However, the net year-end shortfall is expected to increase to $16.18 million if civilian COLAs are paid out in the current year, etc. So we've got gaps. Can you walk me through those gaps to justify your statement?
The total number is the overall budget. The amount of surplus that I was referring to is specific to an account within the overall police department budget. So you have surpluses in certain accounts and shortfalls in others, and then the net difference is about $16 million. That's reported in the CAO's report. So this refers to the salaries, the payouts for sick leave, the payouts for vacation, and accounts for the attrition and the number of new hires that you add. So it's a compilation of a number of different variables or factors. So in this particular account or in this particular function, there is a surplus. But there are shortfalls other places in the police department budget, specifically the overtime, which then gets you that net deficit of about $16 million. So that $16 million does take into account, from what I understand from Karen, the $5.7 million surplus here.
Okay, 5.7 surplus in one account, 16.12 million projected deficit by the time the fiscal year is over. How do you get
for
down
the entire
to a net?
So the 16.5, again, as Ms. Choi indicated, I think her statement was relative to the sworn salaries account, because right now there is a surplus or projected surplus in the sworn salaries account. However, as I mentioned earlier, when we look at the budget, we look at the total department budget.
Sure,
And
so
the
do
total,
I.
right, okay, well, the total department budget, taking into account the fact that there will be surpluses in some accounts, sworn salaries is one of them, we are projecting about a $16 million shortfall by the end of the fiscal year. So we have taken all of the positive balances in police accounts and all of the negative balances, and then we've done the spend rate forward, and when you take all of the accounts within the police department budget and you project them, we're showing about a $16 million deficit by the end of the year.
Okay.
But she's correct that in the sworn account there is a surplus.
Okay. So you were referring only to the sworn account?
That is correct.
But with all due respect, the big picture that we're talking about is the overall police budget, which is the largest budget of all the departments within the city of Los Angeles, and we're really talking about the general fund being healthy and being balanced, correct, Karen?
That's correct.
Okay. How does the police department, as it stands today, by your projections, the CAO, how does the police department reflect and project against the general fund by the time this current budget year is over?
Well, again, we do have attachment 4, which lists all the departments, and we are projecting about a $16 million deficit by the end of the fiscal year within the police department.
Just within the police department?
That's correct.
And then our projection for the city overall, based on the budget that we passed a few months ago, and coming to the end of this budget year, what is the overall projected deficit?
That's the $75 million that we are attempting to address with the recommendations in our report. And again, the recommendations in our report, if I can make the distinction, since Ms. Gruhl actually raised this, our report has certain recommendations. The Budget and Finance Committee report amended or suggested changes to some of those recommendations. In our report, our recommendations, if approved, address approximately $65 million of the $75 million problem. We get to within about $10 million. Assuming, just as we projected deficits, we're projecting the savings that we would accrue by these recommendations. So our report makes recommendations to handle about $65 million of the $75 million problem. And the $75 million, as you indicated, is not just the police projected deficit of $16 million, but projected deficits in a number of departments.
Okay, now, why did you stop at $65 million instead of $75 million in your recommendations?
There's actually some other items that we think we want to look at. The positive thing we're doing is coming to you early. One of the things that doesn't allow us to do is to really see how much we're going to be able to generate in savings. We're actually hoping that maybe we will, see a little bit more savings than we're projecting. We're trying to be conservative on our projection of that $65 million, but there's a chance that those actions may actually generate a little more. And the items that we want to discuss further with the mayor and council are programs within the unappropriated balance that, from our discussions with council members and the mayor, they would like to continue to pursue. And so before we recommend taking those monies as well, we'd like to have further discussions and also see how people do on the managed hiring plan and others.
Based on your recommendations, how much are you recommending that we shave from the police department at this time?
We're not actually recommending shaving per se. What we're recommending is that we are taking the $45 million that's currently sitting in the unappropriated balance in 3 accounts. The first account was the money set aside for the MOU implementation, the cost of living increases. That's about $23 million. The second account was an account established by the council during the budget process in the unappropriated balance to cover expense contingencies. And the third account was an account set aside by the council in the budget deliberations for public safety contingencies. That was about $6 million. All 3 of those accounts total $45 million. Our report recommended moving those dollars to the reserve for economic uncertainties in the unappropriated balance with the plan that as departments realize these deficits, because again, taking us back to probably half an hour ago, these are projected deficits. They haven't been realized yet.
Well,
By
Karen,
putting them
Karen,
in
with
the
all due
reserve, we could
hold on,
remove
Karen.
Yeah.
Everything we're talking about today is projection.
That's correct.
Everything.
That's correct.
Actions by departments, money that hasn't come in yet, anticipated revenue that should come in, sales tax, property tax, what have you. Everything we're talking about is projections, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And so what we're saying is move those 3 pots of money to the reserve for economic uncertainties. As departments start to realize deficits, we would move them in future financial status reports to cover those deficits. Gives us a chance to work with departments, try to have them manage within their budget, but frankly, it's easier for some departments to do than others. And so by having them in the reserve, we can then come to the council and appropriate those monies out to departments as they're needed.
Now, what is it in the Budget Committee's recommendations that seem to not allow the police department to continue with the kind of flexibility that they have before any action is taken today?
Well, I probably should let them speak to that, but my understanding is that it is recommendation 11, which basically does ask that we stay within the 226 net new officers. And I think they may also have some concerns about recommendations 13 and 14, but I'd rather have them speak to
with all due respect, the department and yourself are going to come forth to the council in January again anyway. This would tie your hands between now and January?
The item 11 would not at this early point. Item 13 about eliminating the projected deficit, they're trying to get us to manage to a 1.2 million hours. We have not been successful in doing that. So I'm raising that red flag right now for all the reasons Chief Moore just explained as to how we are spending overtime, that we are reducing crime in the city. If we start pulling back, we do think, it's a policy decision obviously by this council, but we do believe it will have a negative impact on our crime rate and our crime reduction.
Now, which numbered item is that referred to?
Number 13, about eliminating the projected deficit in our overtime account. That would mean we'd have to save at least $1 million a month in overtime spending. We are looking, we have focused on this. We're having meetings with the CLA and the CAO to make sure we are doing everything we can. We do not believe we can make that kind of saving without impacting all the advances we've made in reducing the crime rate in this city.
And Councilman, rather than delaying that response to you and supporting working with the CAO and coming back with an answer that we don't see or that we don't anticipate or project, a 1.2 million hour total overtime expenditure for fiscal 6 and 7. We're raising right now that if that is an economic certainty, if we have, as Councilman Parks indicated on Monday in Budget and Finance, we have 1.285 million, including the $6 million that was put in the unappropriated balance for public safety contingencies that's being talked about being moved here. If our true hard deck is 1.285, then the police department will have to change its enforcement and operational practices that it has in place today. And to do that at the estimated rate of $1 million per month, which is some 16,000 hours, 17,000 hours, to achieve that is going to have a ripple effect that we, again, recognizing there's only so much money here, that we need to recognize that we have to do, if that's in fact true, and we want the City Council not to have, as was mentioned earlier, an unexpected surprise as a consequence of that decision. So the estimation here is that it doesn't cause us, Councilman, to do that, but it causes, as you're trying to estimate how much of this is certain, that is a certainty that we're not going to be able to achieve, I don't believe, individually, a 200,000 plus hour reduction in overtime expenditures.
So number 13 would cause you to take action literally overnight?
It would cause us, it says to, I'm sorry, let me borrow this. As it indicates that to eliminate the current projected deficit, programmatically, we have to begin operationally in each of our commands to reduce the overtime expenditures, which I have to look at what's causing those. And what's causing those are the off-hour responses. What's causing those are the allowances of officers to continue beyond their end of watch on arrest and so forth. And I send people home. So we are working and are committed to working on court overtime processes, on reducing the number of officers, reducing the hours of what it costs us to go to court. But it's only increased 12 or 13% in 5 or 6 years. The total increase in court is less than 50,000 hours. The real hours are being spent in enforcement actions which are operationally tied to operational practices. We will, because as we interpret that, recognize there is a true expectation that we move it down to 1.3 million, 1.2 million. To do that, we've got to change operational practice today. In the discussion with Chief Bratton, he believes that we cannot do that and continue with the crime reduction that we've not only achieved, but in efforts to accelerate it.
Is item 13 reaffirming what was already expressed to the department in the original budget process?
I'm not sure I understand.
Do you understand my question? In the original budget process that the City Council approved the budget signed by the mayor, the police department had a certain amount budgeted for overtime, correct?
Correct.
Now, what does number 13 do to the overall dollars budgeted for that account?
We believe that account has been underfunded every year, and we come back each time to justify what we have spent overtime for, and unfortunately, we're always in the unenviable position mid-year every year to say we have a projected deficit, and this is why, and we have to come and ask for additional appropriation.
Fundamentally, Councilman, the aspect of the budget that we're funded at 1.2 million hours, and that is your monies, the Councilman Parks is correct.
So the amount that was budgeted for overtime when we approved the budget was not the amount that you had asked for. It was the amount that we gave you, which was less than what you had asked for.
350,000 hours less.
And then we'll have to go to Mr.
350,000
Smith.
hours?
Mr. Cardenas after this.
Councilman, the 1.2 million hours was established in 1994 and has been our baseline for 13 years. We have tried to meet that number. We have not been able to meet that number. We have gotten additional appropriation at the mid-year. We are trying to meet that number. We have put together a presentation that we will be bringing to all of the council members because we don't want to go through this every year, and we want to walk through where our overtime is being spent, where the results are coming from, because we don't enjoy having to sit here trying to defend. We don't want to defend it. We want to explain what it is, and then clearly, if the decision is it's 1.2 no matter what, no mid-year adjustments, you've got to do it, we want to be able to say we think there are consequences of doing it, and here's all the things that we won't be able to continue to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Mr. Smith is our next speaker, then Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm as troubled by 13 as Mr. Cardenas is. Chief Papa, I'm reading this, And it says the CAO and the CLA will work with the mayor to provide an overtime spending plan that eliminates current projected deficits. It doesn't say we're taking anything from you. It says we're going to try and find a way to fix this. And we're not taking anything from you. Why do you keep insisting that 13 is going to damage your ability? It's going to try and work a plan out. That's all it's going to do.
Councilman, I think perhaps we're reacting to the committee meeting we were at earlier. It was very clearly said to us, that's it, that's all you have. So we interpret that as if we don't start making adjustments now, there is no way we will even come close to meeting that. So you're right, looking at that language as it sits, perhaps we are overreacting to the language itself.
And I'm not so sure you will find a way. And quite frankly, I think we have been remiss in not increasing the department's budget. I'll say that right now. We should have done that, but we didn't do that. The mayor sent us a budget at $1.2 million. Council approved that. The budget of the City of LA is not an advisory document. It is the budget, and that's what we expect you to live within. You have not been able to meet that for the last couple of years. You should have articulated maybe better in our budget process in council the need to increase that, because it didn't come from the mayor, and we have the ability to make those changes. And maybe that's where it could have been done. But the fact of the matter is, it didn't. And here we are, over budget again. When you said you took money last year from the salaries account, that was factual, but the fact of the matter is the whole department budget was over budget, again. And so you can move money inside your budget and say, we fixed it inside our budget, but the fact of the matter was you're over budget for the whole year. And so that, I think it's disingenuous to make those kind of sayings. Well, we fixed it in our budget. You didn't fix it in the budget because the whole budget was messed up. And so I think we need to look at next year. This year, we have different problems than we've had in many, many years. And we're saying to the police department, like every department that's sitting out here right now, we've got a big problem. This is a black hole, and there's nothing going to fix it this year like as in past years. We had money coming in for 4 or 5 years now, way in excess of budget on the revenue side. This year, it has peaked and heading down, and we can't afford to take any chances. So I'm very disappointed from when you sit here and say, this is going to hurt us. We're saying, work with us. Let's see if we can figure this out. Maybe we can, maybe we can't, but that's all this instruction does.
And Councilman, we absolutely want to work with you, and the frustration that I guess you're hearing is the fact that we believe that account has been underfunded each year.
I've heard that 12 times in committee and 4 times today. I got it. I think you're right. But the fact of the matter is, the budget is the budget.
I understand.
And you don't have the authority to change that budget.
I understand
Okay?
that. We know that.
All right. Secondly, and my time's almost run out, unfortunately, I'm going to have to talk again. I think Ms. Gruhl is working on a solution for some of this, and I wait for her to make her introduction of her motion. But on the issue of how many cops, it was very clear in the budget what the gross number of police officers was. Whether it's new officers or replacement officers, it's almost an irrelevant discussion. The fact of the matter is we know how many cops we're going to hire this year, whether they're replacement cops or new cops. We know exactly what that number is. That number is 780. We knew that last year, and you went over that by 20, was it 23 officers last year that was over at the end of the year, something like that?
I believe, Councilman, you're right. The attrition was slower, and the classes were still
we kept our hiring,
one extra class.
We kept our hiring plan, but attrition didn't meet the number, and so we were over budget. What that did, and we said this last year, we started this year already $23 million behind schedule because on day one, we were already over from last year because those cops carry over through the whole budget. So we said to you, be very careful this year. Number 14 does that. And I'm really sorry to see Mr. Weiss try and change some of these recommendations because 14, just like 13, asks for evaluation and recommendations. It doesn't say stop what you're doing. It says let's evaluate and recommend and keep an eye on it. I want to see this department, and I know it's very difficult for you because there's people in the pipeline. I want to see this department understand that as we get to February and March, we have to make some very, very tough decisions at that point based on your attrition. And at that point, we may say time out. There is no more hiring because we just cannot afford to make that mistake again this year. And if you want to answer that, I'll appreciate that.
Councilman, I believe what we've heard from the mayor's office is that in November, it's early it's too early to make those adjustments. And I might say that just from a recruiting standpoint, at the operational level, out in the field, when we come across people, they're looking and wondering if we're hiring, and they're going to other agencies. This department is competing like never before, and it's a long-standing issue that you've heard before from us as to difficulty in acquiring recruits and retaining them. So we're ahead right now, and we're ahead very early in the year. If we stop this production, it's much like producing jetliners in a factory floor. If we signal that now, and it happens, it will start happening right now. And in February or March, we may find that we're actually 50 people have retired, more than our projections. And then suddenly, we're actually behind the power curve. So the effort right now, I believe, is just, can we afford to wait mid-year to make that adjustment?
Yeah. And I understand, I know my time's up, Mr. President. I just say, I understand that. I think Ms. Gruel's motion that's coming in solves that problem. It just says, let's work toward finding that critical point where we make those decisions. I know it's very difficult for you, but that's the reality of the budget we have to live in and that you have to live in. It is what it is. We're not going to change it. It's not a corporation where we can just make money move around whenever we want. It's just the way government runs, unfortunate, and that is a restriction that we have to put on you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's a procedural motion from Ms. Gruel.
Colleagues, it's now 3:15. There are 6 or 7 members of the City Council who are on the queue. I would ask that we, and Mr. Parks, if we could continue this till Friday. I mean, I think these are very good questions that are being asked, and a short change, since we also have probably a good 100 people here who are here for the Audits and Government Efficiency Committee. So I don't know if I have a second on that, if we could continue it to Friday. I think we have 10. Oh, okay. I think there's 10 members.
Madam Clerk, we have 10 members.
10 members present.
We do have how many presentations do we have scheduled?
Again, I'm sorry.
We have 9 presentations, Mr. Weiss. Just 9.
And none of them are yours, Mr. Weiss.
I think 8 of them are yours.
But, I mean, clearly we're trying to deal quickly with these issues, but I think I'd rather that we have the discussion in a fruitful way to resolve it, and because we do have several members on the queue.
Okay, we have that motion before us. I've been informed that the Audits Committee will be canceled today. I have just been told that, so we will try to get a confirmation of that, but I believe Mr. Huizar, the chair, has asked for that to be canceled, and I don't know if that affects whether this is going to be continued or not. So we have that before us. Mr. Alarcon, it would be our next speaker, then Ms. Perry, myself, Mr. Parks, Weiss, Gruel, and Cardenas for a second time. Is there an objection to continuing?
Mr. President?
Mr. Weiss? Is there any objection first? Just yes or no? If there is,
potentially.
Potentially.
Potentially. Ms. Gruel, I think it's a sound suggestion. It's 3:15, but if there are 9 presentations on Friday, it could be 3:15 on Friday before we get to the item. I mean, so I would just ask if there's maybe you and Mr. Garcetti could caucus about just trying to make sure we have enough time. And I don't know what else is scheduled on our agenda.
Didn't budget the timeline.
Okay.
We can't budget anything.
We certainly wouldn't be taking it up at 3:15 on Friday, but we do have normal presentations. We probably would begin business at about 11:30, judging by what we have done on the Fridays. So that is before us. If there's an objection, we'll continue with the speaker queue, and that is before us. If there's no objection, it will be continued. But I need to know if there is an objection. Is there any objection? Okay. Hearing no objection, this will be continued till Friday. We will pick up the speaker queue as it is, with Mr. Alarcon first, Ms. Perry, myself, and then we'll go to speakers for a second time.
Oh, good.
That will take us to the next item, which is item 31. And we were going to go into closed session, colleagues, but I would propose that we stay in open session. I'd like to hear Mr. Sachs. Arnold Sachs has a card in for item 31. If you'd like to come forward. And we're still awaiting confirmation on the Audits Committee. I know a number of members of the audience are here for that. We will give you confirmation on that hopefully shortly. Bill. Okay, if I can ask people to please turn your attention to our speaker, Mr. Sachs.
It's good
Thank you for your
afternoon.
patience.
Thank
Good afternoon.
you very much. Finally. just very quickly, you're talking about budget deficits. This is an item. Is this a in-house legal issue, or is this outside legal cost? Once was enough. I don't want to beat that horse to death. In addition, I believe there were a couple of months ago, I have the article, but I didn't bring it up here with me, that Laura Chick, the auditor, mentioned that the city attorney's offices went from several $1 million budget in the beginning of 2002 is like $18 million budget for the city attorney's office for outside counsel. You're talking about cutting police. Why not look at other areas here? If you're spending that much money and you're looking at increasing in outside city attorney fees, we need to put a damper on that too. That's something that needs to be looked at. Could you tell me if this is outside counsel or is this in-house? Thank you.
Thank you. This does refer a matter that involves outside counsel, as well as a case, the Daniel Shannon versus City of Los Angeles death benefit claim. With that, we have a recommendation before us that I'd like to move. There's no objection. On item 31, just before that, just hold on 1 second for a vote. Will you please open the roll on item 31?
And I'm sorry, Mr. President, that's in the amount of $125,000. And as you said, that is in the case of Daniel Shannon versus City of LA, and it's workers' comp.
Okay. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Sorry, Mr. Rosendahl?
Yes, just a point of order to all my friends from Playa Vista here. I am very, very sorry to tell you that the chair of this committee has left the building, and therefore we cannot hold this meeting, which I was hoping we could do at the Public Works facility, because the council meeting has lasted several hours longer than anybody had anticipated. I am not chair of the committee, but I know that Ms. Gruhl and I were going to be there, and Mr. Weezer was trying to redo his schedule, and unfortunately he couldn't redo his schedule. So all of you involved with the audit committee sets of issues, this will be continued until Mr. Weezer gives us a date when the audit committee will meet again. And I want to thank absolutely everybody who came here today, and I apologize on behalf of the city that your meeting was continued.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Council President Garcetti, just for clarification, just to let council know on the continuation for that item 32 for Friday, that will also include the amending motions will also be on the agenda.
Yes, please. We'll keep those on as well.
And council has motions for posting and referral.
Those motions are posted and referred.
And that clears the desk.
Okay. Any business announcements? I believe we will still have the Transportation Committee. Ms. Gruhl is leading. Ms. Gruhl, the Transportation Committee is still on for 3:30. Is that correct? Ms. Gruhl? We have the Transportation Committee still at 3:30. We're just making announcements? Okay. And the Audits Committee has been canceled. And the Arts Parks Committee did meet. Any adjourning motions, colleagues? Do we have adjourning motions today? If I could ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for adjourning motions. Are you just going to turn it? Okay. All right. If it's just Mr. Smith, he's going to turn in adjourning motion. Are there other adjourning motions to make today? Yes, looks like there are. If we could please have everybody rise. Okay. And Ms. Gruhl, I'd like to recognize you for an adjourning motion.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, it's with great sadness that ask you to adjourn in memory of Mel Polner. Many of you know Leslie Polner, who was one of my extraordinary employees and had moved to Washington, D.C. And her father was diagnosed just 6 months ago with cancer. And so he was born, he passed away on Friday, November 2nd. He was born on October 13th, 1940 in the Bronx, New York. He attended Bronx High School Science High School and attended City College in New York. He received his master's in sociology from UC Berkeley and his PhD in sociology from UC Santa Barbara. He was a professor at UCLA, professor of sociology for over 40 years. He was a dedicated teacher and touched the lives of thousands of undergraduate and graduate students. Mel made the world a more beautiful place, an interesting place to be, and he will be missed so much for his incredible intellect, as they talked about him at the funeral on Monday, his sense of humor, his humanity, and his ability to see subtle connections, his appreciation for the offbeat and the absurd, and his love of whimsy, and of course that sparkle in his blue eyes that so many of his family talked about on Monday. He was married to the love of his life, Judy Polner, for 45 years. Mel loved Los Angeles, except when there was bad traffic, and lived in West LA for 40 years. He's a resident of Mr. Weiss's district. He was an avid explorer of the city and loved the unique neighborhood, the eccentric personalities, and the arts. He was never more proud than when his daughter Leslie came to work for me at City Hall. He frequently watched Channel 35, hoping to catch a glimpse of his daughter's hand or other random body part on television. He was also incredibly proud of his son, now an attorney with O'Melveny and Myers in Los Angeles. He was a great individual, and the sadness was that he went so quickly from the day he was diagnosed. But he was loved, and his family was all with him when he passed away. He is survived by his wife, Judy, his devoted children, Adrian and Leslie Polner, his son-in-law, Noam Levy, his niece, Lizette Lahana, and nephews, Louis Lahana and Zach Dominitz. And I know he watched and supported our office and his daughter, and would tell us when he saw his daughter on TV, just that little arm or whatever, but he was very, very proud of his son and daughter, and I think very proud of the City Council. He watched quite a bit, so he will be sorely missed by so many of us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gruhl, and I think all members would want to be attached to that. And I've been in contact as well with Leslie, and I think she spoke so lovingly and was so surprised somebody who was so healthy and such an avid swimmer and runner was taken. But there's some relief, I know, that he's not suffering anymore, and all of our thoughts go with her and the entire family. So thank you. Adjourning motions? Mr. Smith? Okay. If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. We will next be in session on Friday, the 9th of November, here in John Ferraro City Council chambers in City Hall. And that will be all day long. So come bring lunch, and we will see you all this Friday. Have a good evening.